Hello. We're here. Not here. And living in fear. How do you do? How do you do? How do you do? Shut your goofy ass up. Yeah, it's normally not at the range that I want. And now it is. Stupid Fox of Fate. You are making a idiotic assumption. An extremely idiotic assumption. You are operating with the thought, what's up, Big Jerry? You are operating under the thought that, I hate anyone, and that this isn't totally normal. You fool. This is totally normal. You fool. Well, what's up, gamers? I'm feeling great. I'm not gonna lie. For a first time in a long time, a long while, I'm in a pretty decent mood. I've become a bit of a Twitter character, I suppose. I have found many updates with my being an asshole. We do be going a little viral, though. A little bit. Just a little bit. Kitty, she's now learned how to eat from a bowl, so now my hand is not going to get eviscerated. I probably could have done that about 2 days ago, but whatever. We're here now, and she's asleep. She's been asleep for like the past 3 hours. No. When did I feed her? I fed her at like 8. And then she got played with a little bit, and she's been asleep ever since. So about 2 hours. But yeah, she's asleep. I've gotten her a water fountain, gotten her a scratching disc thing. I've gotten her a couple of other things. A carrier. We have a carrier now. That's really about it. Spoiled ass kitten. This kitten's not that spoiled. You can relax. Oh, nail clippers. We also got the nail clippers as well, because she needs her nails need to be cut. But every time I try to cut her nails, she wiggles around way too much. But her nails need to be cut. One thing that I need to make is a thumbnail for YouTube streams. That's one thing that needs to be made. So I'm just going to use one universally. I'm never going to make something for everyone. That's like unique and shit. Fuck that. Don't wanna. Okay, game. Time to find some more hard drives. And a bunch of hard drives that I definitely missed. And we're gonna use our map to do that. Very cool. Make some more power in the middle of the big ass lake. Set up some water extraction as well. And then what else are we gonna do? Hope we get some good rolls. That's the plan. So let's get my handy dandy map. So I need my handy dandy map. Turbo motors. I could actually snag that one. Because I do have turbo motors. No requirements, but there's like Satan for that hard drive. I'd rather not deal with Satan. Need some silica. Quartz crystals. Rotors. Rubber. I've definitely been to that one before. But a bunch of rubber, which we already make now. Black powder. Could snag that one as well. Alright. Let's go harvesting. Oliver Larkin ain't do no larpin'. I've seen recent polls saying that he's within 2 points of Jared Moskowitz, but there's also a bunch of people who are undecided. He has a chance. He definitely has a chance. Like, initially, Jared Moskowitz was, had very, very little chance. It was, not a little chance, but it was looking like he was going to, win automatically in terms of the initial polling, so he did not campaign or even go to the debate. And then new polling came in, and it showed, actually, Oliver Larkin's pretty close. He's been doing Fox News interviews very well in Fox News interviews. I mean, he unironically talked about how Donald Trump's a pedophile, and they lost their mind. It was very good. He went to the debate, which Jared Moskowitz did not show up to. So what else? No, Oliver Larkin's in a good place. I don't know when the Florida primary is, but I think it's in this month. I think. I'm not sure though. All right, we need quartz products. Of which we have rotors, of which we have rubber. Do I want to go all the way up there for that? Not really. Of which we also have quartz crystal, quartz products. We'll grab these. Hopefully we get what we want. And then go off from there. And then I would like to set up some more power with these solar towers. I want to figure out how those work. Set up a grid of 25. And then I have to figure out where I'm going to put these iron-coated canisters. I think I know where I'm going to put them. Do a little cheese real quick. Can't really shove them in here because if I want to expand the concrete, it's not really going to work. Or I could just say fuck it. Maybe. Like YOLO? I don't even think it fits. I don't want to put it at a further place in the factory. I'd rather not do that. That's a slight nuisance. Anywho. Before even thinking about that, I have to get the recipe first. So this will let me get 4 more hard drives. God damn it. Okay, we should be close. There it is. What's it surrounded by? Spicy green rocks. And a spicy green monster. Alright. Fuck you. That missed. Ah.
Damaged hard drive recovered. Return it
I'm
to
leaving.
the MAM for data recovery.
Woof. I have no more explosives. I can't take out those stinker clouds because I don't have explosives. Oh, it's going to be a high-level area. What are we working with here? Oh, that's not too bad. Just a couple of assholes. Alright, you're dead. I knew there was another one of those shitters around here somewhere. Fuck you. I don't have my bashing stick. Bye-bye. Fuck you. A perfect crime. You know what? You know what they say about me? They can't. They can't. They can't keep letting me get away with it. You know, that's what I gotta say. You know, the silly little suicide bugs, the kamikaze bugs, they think that they can keep me down. Oh, they cannot keep me down. They never will keep me down. Ever. They never ever will keep me down. Gimme. Whoa. Fuck you. Get your ass back here. I missed. Know your place. The other one we're going to try to get... I guess we could do the one for the rubber. I guess I should have also gone to get myself 2 pieces of black powder to get that one. That one has no requirements, but it's surrounded by omega assholery. So I'm not very interested in getting that one. What else? On my little map of secrets, could I cheese this one with the turbo motor requirement? I'd have to get more explosives for that. Electromagnetic control rods. Would I have some lying around? Probably. Fuck it. Let's get the one with the rubber then. Can I somehow find a sulfur node? Make some black powder. Nope, because I just found the sulfur right here. What's up, boys? Thank you. Go fuck yourselves. I'm just getting away with a bit of a heist. That's all. Don't worry about it. Okay, let's get that rubber one and that black powder one. I know there's coal around here. Just need 1 piece of coal. That's all. Jesus Christ. So you 235? Yes. Alright, 1 piece of coal. What's up, boys? You would do that now, would you? You evil freak.
Follow the veins to the altar and chant.
Alright. Black powder. Black powder. Alright, we got 2 more hard drives to go and get. And it's going to be quite a run. I'm now thinking at this point what I should have probably done is make a bunch of power pole connections here with the large power poles, but too late. Didn't do it. Ooh, we got some good speed going on here. Good momentum. Made over that hill. We can maintain this for a while. Go through the stink clouds. Dodge the stink clouds. Hill killed it a little bit there. That's how we get through that area extremely quickly. Alright, Rocky Desert is over. We're going to the coast. If I had a jetpack, I could have maintained my momentum, but alas, we cannot because of this water. Unfortunate. Stink plants. Bye-bye. Too fast. Normally those would have been impediments, but if you just slide really fast forehead, they are actually not impediments at all. Pick you up real quick. Oh, hello. Bye-bye. Sorry, boys. Not interested at the moment. It's around here somewhere. Yoink. Goodbye. Round here somewhere. There you are. Excuse me. Excuse me. There you are. I've been in this area before, but I didn't have rubber before. Now I do have rubber. So now we can just quickly snag this. And then be on our merry way. We're gonna leave. Okay, now we go this way. So long, boys. Let's consult the map. Where's this other one that we're looking to get right now? The thing that I did a small detour for to get that black powder. That's kind of close by the red forest. And we need to go there. It's right by the Titan Forest. It's basically by the two asshole areas of the game. Alright, well, the asshole time. Okay, it should be right around over there, I think. We'll see what we have to contend with. If it's too much of a bitch, I ain't dealing with that. Can I not hook on this tree? Okay. Put this. That is very putis. Let's do a little cheese real quick. Ooh, never mind. Stink plants, and I have no explosives. Never mind. We're getting close. Should be right around over here, I think. Oh no, we passed it. What's up, boys? There. Alright. We're leaving. I've gotten everything I wanted. I am getting the fuck out. Lovely. Which areas to cut through to get home? Just a free yellow slug here. Mine. Alright, cool. Well, I guess it's going back the same way I came, so fuck it. Fucking that killed my momentum. Excuse me. Not dealing with the stink. That's a little unfortunate. What's up, boys? Jump. 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 Fucking give me that. Thanks, boys. Just doing a little bit of stinky cheese. As one does. As I always do. And we are out of here. Probably should have put in some of these in the MAM in order to start cooking. That would have been an intelligent thing to do. Unfortunately, I'm not very intelligent. What is this U-235? Is this a... if this is putis, I'm going to say that you're putis. And I'll kill you. I'll do it. I will. Ah, civilization. I'm killing my momentum for this, of my shit for you. What is this? It's fucking SCP shit. Well, you know what? Doesn't look at it. Clueless. Doesn't want to look at SCP-2316 because of whatever the meme with Automod or some shit. Don't care. Then proceeds to call not Fox of Faith, but U-235 a white supremacist because definitely U-235 was talking about white power there or whatever the fuck.
Fake news.
No, it's not fake. You keep talking about 2316. I don't know why you keep talking about that. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. Let me tell you, folks, it's a little weird that you keep talking about 2316. Why do you keep talking about that? U-235. Why do you keep talking about that? You don't recognize the bodies in the water. Huh? Why would you say that? Chat, what do they mean by this? What is that? Chat, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. Do I want to know what that means? I don't think I want to know. You don't recognize the bodies in the water. Alright. Sure, man. You got me. I agree. Where's Boy Meets Minnie? Okay, lovely. Alright, give me what I want. Or rather, we could just start to set up this thing here. Refined power. What does this thing do? Night screws? Okay. Well, actually, you keep mentioning that now, U-235, and that just makes me not want to look even more. Because you keep talking about me not recognizing but the bodies in the water. That just makes me want to do the exact opposite now. Because now I hate you. Or something, I don't know. I'm just going to become like a little chud or something. That's how this works, right? I want about 25 of these things, I think. Actually, I don't know how this shit works. Let me just grab that as well. Fuck it. Okay, turbine Mark IIs. Computers and heavy modular frames. And the MV generators. Okay, well. Hold the fucking phone. How about before we do all of that, let's just figure out how this shit works. So, boilers Mark II. Needs a lot of heavy fucking frames, it would seem. They're quite big. Solar power towers. Oh, okay. You build the towers and you put the things on top. Okay. And that's what makes the steam. Yes. Okay, lovely. The SCP is a lake with bodies that will try to lure you into the lake, making you believe you recognize them. A serious cognito hazard. Okay. I don't know a lot about the mechanics of SCP. So, like, you keep talking about, like, SCP to me, and I don't really have any, like, responses or anything to say, because I just don't fucking know. I'm gonna be honest here. I know very little about SCP. I just know that it's, like, a lot of, like, weird, like, paranormal phenomenon, and just, like, other strange occurrences and whatnot. I don't know much at all about that shit. I'm gonna be so for real. I want like 25 of these things. There's not much more I need. So 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's just build one of these things and see what this thing's all about. What do you do? The fuck is this thing? Fluid storage. Fluid storage. Okay, and then what? I have this dumbass tower. Oh, cute. Oh, that's so cute. Look at that. Wow. Huh. Okay, so I do that, and then what? What happens? Offline. Rotation, electric generator. So this thing absorbs the sun and then shoots the energy back to there. So what if I just make, like, more of these? Okay, what happens if I just have 3 of them? Obviously, this thing's not going to be here. Heat level 48, 45 degrees. Oh, okay. Oh, I see how these. Okay. I get it now. Okay, so each one of these things that you make, these make about 15 degrees per mirror. These get sent to the tower. Because I think we want to get to 500 degrees, I think. Well, it can use also water as well. We do not have the ability to make molten salt. Not yet. Oh, these things are small. Oh yeah, well I bet you sublimate at high temperatures. Damn, got him. These are useless to me.
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. But write it, you'll lose subscribe to it. Okay. I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
Kills you. Kills you, smile. Okay.
Dies of cringe.
Man, so, okay, so for this thing to work, I would need 30, because each one of those make 15 degrees of heat. I need to get to about 500, which means I need about 33 of them, something like that. Or 34 in reality, for each solar tower to make water, because I think it's 500 degree steam that we want. This might not be as worth it as I think. Actually. This might kind of suck some, like, major cock and fucking balls. Well, I was thinking myself, I need more power. Power is about to become a pretty big issue because of manufacturers. Because we need to make manufacturers and stuff. It's already, in fact, it's already a potential issue. We only produce about 7.2k if the factory, hypothetically speaking, were to go full bore, full tilt, we would consume 13.5k. That's obviously a massive issue. So I'm just like, well, that's a bit of a problem. The numbers are not numbering. Not great, to be quite honest. Oh, also, Chibi Reviews finally blocked me on Twitter. Took him long enough. The numbers are not numbering. It's not great. Because I was thinking to myself, like, okay, here's what we can do with these solar power towers, right? I do believe I have the industrial fluid. I don't have... Thank you. If I had the industrial fluid buffer, I could use that to keep enough steam to make it through the night and make a bunch of extra shitters. But yeah.
Put this.
Why is everyone being extremely weird about AOC freezing her eggs? Why? I mean, I expect that from the conservatives because they're very weird, but I'm also seeing it now from a bunch of like lefties. They're also being extremely weird for some reason, or a couple of them. Well, yeah, you know, he is a lolicon. That is what it is. But yeah, that fucking Alanah Pearce tweet. HRT Asman is doing pretty good, yeah. I mean, not as good as that. Now, I've been going a little viral on Twitter. A little bit. Me being a massive asshole has been helping. Yeah, I'm doing numbers right now. I'm getting like the most random jabronis with big accounts just liking my shit. It's crazy. Like, yo, that's crazy, dude. Yeah, I'm becoming a niche internet micro celebrity. When I was a non-existent niche micro internet celebrity. Okay, because what I wanted to do, okay, I need to make some expansions into the water. Why? I need some expansions in the water because of the fact that I need a bunch of bullshit. AKA, I need a bunch of putis. AKA, I need a bunch of... I don't even know. I definitely did not link my... I mean, my Twitch is in my bio. Like, they click on the thing, my name will pop up in the top right. Right? So... I've definitely gotten a couple of subscribers because of that, of these, shall we say, memes. But yeah, it's all, I have both the Twitch and the YouTube in the bio.
The memes.
So that motherfucking shit has been popping up at the top left. I need to make some photovoltaic cells. I suppose I will make myself some putis. I guess I'll just do it right here. Fuck it. Because I need more. I need power. That's kind of the problem that we're having. Is we're gonna have a power problem. Potentially, maybe, allegedly, blah 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 blah. I call this the Fortus Netus effect. You shouldn't do that. I don't know why you're calling it the Fortus Netus effect. Let me see. How long is night in Satisfactory? I need some time. The night phase lasts for 5 minutes of real time, while the daytime lasts for not 45. Jesus. That makes solar actually pretty good in this game. Oh, also, as one always should, I'm making the DGGers mad. It's very interesting how they keep saying, like, can you answer the question? I don't want to answer the question because there's no point to answering this question. Bro, answer this question. What question? Basically, like, what I'm trying to demonstrate there with saying that does Destiny possess CSAM on his computer? What I'm essentially trying to demonstrate is the absurdity of Conduit's sort of questions. Or, like, you know, the absurdity of Conduit's sort of content, rather. Because I think Conduit makes absurd content. I think it's bad quality shit. I'm going to be honest here. It's uninteresting. Because he's a DGGer. And now you may be saying, well, Daho, it's not exactly fair of you to say that because someone is a DGGer, that means their content is automatically bad. But the counterpoint that I have to that question is, or to that problem rather, is I don't care they're a DGGer. I do not care. Look at what this fucking game is making me do, dude. They're making me have to pick between two bad bitches. This is so fucked up, dude. Because I actually do have the heavy oil residue. I can do like a complete conversion to the turbo heavy fuel stuff. And I could just have so much turbo fuel. Yeah, lobster too buttery, steak too juicy. Nah, I have to do this. I have to do that. That's absolutely necessary. Maybe I can just get I still have 3 more shots, right? I could just get lucky. God, I'm so not surprised that the game would have to make me pick between 2 bad bitches. That's actually so fucked up. That's so fucked up that it would make me pick between 2 bad bitches like that. Alexa, play Despacito. Despacito. Suck my meato. What? Who said that? Who said that? Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What? Who said that? Why would they say that? Who's that putis who said that? Why would this putis say that? I blame El for those fucking netos. Oh, those guys are fucking pussies. I'm not gonna... They're cowards. Like, they talk a big game and they pretend like they're these, like, intellectual chads or whatever the fuck. But in reality, they're actually not. They are very big cowards. No, that guy was not a DGG or Boy Meets Mini. That guy was a Asmongold simp. More than likely. Because even DGGers do not make the arguments that guy makes. That guy was definitely a roach. Yeah, that guy was not pedantic enough. That is also true, Zane. There was very little pedantry that was being engaged with there. Dude was just like, well, why aren't you, I don't know, blaming everything on human nature? It's like, because it's not, because it turns out everything's a little bit more complicated than that. Also, by the way, that dude started that whole conversation talking about a white replacement, great replacement theory meme of Hassan telling a fucking joke. That guy is definitely a fucking Asmongold fan. 1000 fucking percent. Like, I can just tell that that guy was an Asmongold fan. Between, you know, the quote-unquote America deserved 9/11 shit, blah, 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 blah. Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started on the fucking moral nihilist. Don't do that. I'll kill you. Smile. That guy is a DGGer. Absolutely. Now here's the question. Do I also do a complete conversion? Well, I'm just curious, because I do have the, No, I don't have that recipe. Oh, no, I do. And this only makes 20 polymer. Okay. Heavy oil resin, 20 oil polymer resin. This makes 30. So this cuts into the current rubber production that we have, but here's the thing. We don't make a lot of rubber, and we don't need a lot of rubber. Really, unironically, if we need rubber, what we can do is just dedicate one oil node to just make a fuckload of rubber. So it's like, it's fine. This recipe is good, by the way. Look who's awake. Oh, big yawn. Yeah, you've been running around a lot, haven't you? And eating a lot of food. You know, what are you looking at? Yes. Oh, she's awake now. What is it? Ooh. Guys, you'll never guess who's awake. Or is she awake? I don't even know. Another big stretch. Are you just stuck? You stuck in your bed? So many yawns. She's just yawning. Are you about to fall back asleep? Another big yawn. Are you still a sleepy cat? Are you still sleepy? Oh. You're an itchy cat. You know, every time you eat, you silly goose, I have to clean your face. So you just sit there and you scratch yourself, you know, all nice and pleasant like, you know. But I'm the one who has to clean it up every single time. You silly cat. Yeah, okay, dude. Good one. She's so silly. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna shove this in here. She's just chilling in the bed right now. I'm not gonna pick her up or anything. Alright. I'm just, like, getting fucked in the ass right now by the lag. Jesus Christ. We'll fix that. Are we fucking Putis power right now? What the fucking Putis is this? Don't show the white Christian nationalists. They'll learn brown people are Christian too. What is this Instagram reel? Why is Instagram such a weird scuffed platform? Like, there's so much weird shit that goes on here. Israeli settlers are attacking Christians in Taiba. Oh, listen. Here's the thing with a lot of... They're not going to care because they're not white. I mean, evangelicals hate Christianity in general. So they're not going to care. Yeah, brown people are also the original Christians, but no one's ready for that conversation. Also, we're going to do an edgy meme real quick. Just a little edgy meme, okay? We're going to do a little bit of an edgy meme. We all know about Pink Chew, right? The girl who got raped by Tectone. By Rape Tone, of course, right? What if I were to tell you that she went on a 20v1 dating show that Drake was streaming, and Drake ended up picking her as one of his top 3 wives? And whoever wins in the top 3 can get, like, any wish that they want. The other 2 wanted $25,000 in some, like, all expenses paid thing or whatever the fuck. What she asked for was a house for her mom. And Drake was like, huh, alright, okay. Well, that's pretty epic. Oh, and also, like, Drake barked. Drake barked, but he was, like, kind of a pussy about it. Okay. I have to talk shit about this barking, okay? Because bro was trying to sound like DMX. Right? Problem. He pussied out. He did not commit to the fucking, like, hardcore barks. You know what I mean? Like, everyone knows what I mean by DMX's barks, right? That's, like, his thing. That's obviously... We all know about DMX's thing. He barks, yada, 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 right? He tried to do, like, a pussy version of DMX's barks. And I was just like, I have no respect for that. I have zero respect for this, like, cowering pussiness. Like, what the fuck is this? Commit to the fucking... If you're gonna do the bit, you have to commit. If you're gonna do a DMX bit, you have to commit. You can't pussy out, dude. You can't be a pussy about that. And you know what they say, ladies, gentlemen, and those in between? Never fucking punished. I am never fucking punished. Look at me. I am never punished. Fuck me that shit. Fucking give me that shit. I never lose. I always win, folks. Let me tell you. They call me a big winner. Alright, we're just going to keep those other two for now. We don't need to make use of them at all. Lovely. So it's probably time for me to completely reset my entire turbo fuel build. And, well, as soon as we're done with making this shit real quick. Yeah, it's time for me to reset my entire turbo fuel build. And make probably way more turbo fuel than I know what the fuck to do with. But it's okay, because I'm going to be making the empty canisters from some of the cheapest products in the fucking game. So it doesn't matter. Yeah. Why am I such a massive winner? I need everyone to look at me and understand that all I do is win, 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 no matter what. But yeah, it's time for us to, well, not reset the plastic build. The plastic build's not going to change at all. That will remain normal. What is going to change is the polymer resin build. That's what's going to change. So basically what we're sacrificing with this change, because let's just show what our current build basically is. Okay, let's grab the refinery. So basically we are making fuel from crude oil, which gives us 30 polymer resin per minute. We're going to be scrapping that for a heavy oil residue. Now, it consumes half the crude oil, so we can have double the buildings, making heavy oil residue at the cost of losing 50% or 33% of polymer resin, which is a trade I think you take pretty much every single day of the week. Like, that's just like, delicious. Very good trade. Fantastic trade. You take this trade every single day of the week. This is a very good recipe. Because normally, to make that heavy oil residue involves making plastic, and you get nowhere near as much heavy oil residue. It's just 10 per minute. It's dog shit. But you need it to make plastic, so it's like, whatever. You accept that. But that's all going to be converted into turbo fuel, which gives us 30 per minute, which is way better than the Papega-ass dog shit that we're going to be working with. This is just, I'm saying that this is just going to be so much better, and it lets me save on power shards as well. Basically what I'm saying here is between the coated iron canisters, which are cheap as fuck, because we're going to get a improved recipe for the creation of copper sheets. Or we already have it, we just need to put it in place. What I'm basically saying is that this sheet is going to be very overpowered. We're going to have more packaged turbo fuel than I know what to do with. I might even make like 1,000 per minute or something. I have no idea. Do I need that many to fuel all of my tractors? Probably not. If I were to take a guess, I probably would need, and I'm just heavily estimating here, I probably need only about maybe like 200-300, maybe. That's a hard maybe. This probably allows you to make other stuff you need, like rubber. I'm not making rubber. We do not need rubber right now. Rubber is like the thing we care about the least. We don't need rubber. Rubber does nothing. Basically. Like, having a trickle of rubber is okay for now, but we don't need it. Rubber is useful later for cooling systems, I believe they're called. But that's, like, the next phase. And not for a while within the next phase. Like, we don't need them. we do not need rubber for anything. And if I need to go make rubber, all I have to do is dedicate one node, one pure node of oil, and I will have probably more than enough rubber than I'll probably ever need. Like, ever. Rubber is like the least concerned thing in this game. Like, you hardly need rubber. But yeah, the Spire Coast over here is just going to be nothing but turbo fuel. And here's the thing with this as well, Boy Meets Mini. I do believe that in these cliffs over here, there's also a nitrogen gas outlet. And of course, then iron plates is cheap and really easy. You can just make that locally. We just make a long belt, whatever. That's rocket fuel. And then I could just have packaged rocket fuel instead. Because making rocket fuel is not difficult. It is very easy. You know what? Because we have to. What is it, baby? Are you just going to sit in bed? Do you just want to relax? If you just want to relax in bed, I'll just let you relax in bed. It's fine. Oh, and here's the other thing as well. If we do turbo fuel, from what I understand, the turbo fuel, the turbo blend fuel, this consumes a significantly less amount of sulfur. And this is if we're concerned about sulfur production. Because making compacted coal kind of sucks balls. The current recipe is pretty bad. I don't know what the other recipes are. I don't even know if this shit has other recipes. It's pretty shit, is what I'm saying overall. But I was reading some Reddit threads about turbo blend fuel, and there's like, it's really good because the main bottleneck for turbo fuel is the sulfur. And the reason sulfur is the main bottleneck for turbo fuel is because sulfur is very rare. It's really difficult to get your hands on sulfur. I have probably the two most easily, like, and most convenient sulfur node locations. Because they actually did remove one of the nodes from 0.8. There used to be a node, like, located right around over there, which was very convenient and easy to access. But either they removed it or they moved it. I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly. I've not read the patch notes in a while, but I know they got rid of one of the sulfur nodes. Or either that, or they just, I did not pick up any encased beams. Either that, or they just completely just yeeted it out of existence. I'm not sure which is which, to be honest. fact, wait, that's why I came here to begin with, is to get more of these. Oh, so I felt you on my foot, kitty. Where are you? Not gonna tell me how much battery I have left after pressing the button? Where'd you go? Where is she? Where's my little kitty cat? I hope she's not under the chair. Oh, Jesus, you just appeared out of nowhere. Hey, baby. Alright, we're gonna say hi real quick. There she is. You smell like chicken. That's what you smell like. Say hi.
Amazing. Amazing! Amazing!
She doesn't like saying hi. Oh, well. There's her saying hi. What is it, baby? Did you have a good sleep? You slept for like 3 hours. Yeah. I'm not giving you more food, baby. I know. Mm-hmm. But she like licks the bowl clean, basically. It's crazy. What is it? What is it, silly cat? You're a silly cat. You know that, right? Yeah. Oh. Ow. But what I've been doing is I've been, you know, it's she can now eat wet food, or honestly she could have eaten, like started eating wet food like forever ago, but I just mix it with the formula that we still have left, because I'm trying to teach her how to use the water fountain, but it's not really taking. I tried to also give her water in a bowl, but she put her face in there once. This is what she's been doing. Like, she puts her face in there to like try to investigate and sniff, gets like completely discombobulated and surprised by the fact that there was a splash, and then she just runs away. It's really, really funny. Are you getting discombobulated? You silly cat? Yeah. You are getting discombobulated. You are getting discombobulated. You silly cat. You're very silly. We really need to cut your nails, baby. We need to cut your nails, baby. You keep getting hooked in and stuck on my clothing. I have so many little kitty holes because of you. That's you. You did that. Yeah, I know. Speak to the people. See, she's speaking. What's the plan? What do you want? What do you want, baby girl? Yeah. Yeah, I know. What's wrong? Do you want it down? Well, if you... Okay, every single time I put you down... Also, I did not take her to the litter box. I have to take her to the litter box. Alright, she still does not care about the litter box. She still doesn't get it. Although, there have been a couple of instances of her going to the litter box by herself and just kind of, like, seeing what's up. So, you know, that's not bad. Oi. Not in the neck. What? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah? What do you want? You're just like meowing, but you're not saying anything. What you meowing about? Mm-hmm. Why are you kicking an Esper? You didn't even... He didn't even do the emo correctly. God, like, Boy Meets Mini, fucking Exterminatus, okay? Alex didn't even do the fucking emo correctly. Put this... Yeah, literal, this... Actually fucking put this. Like, what the fuck was that? Doesn't even do the emote correctly. Refers to the emote talking about kicking cats. That's so fucked up, dude. What is wrong with you, Alex? Why are you so bad at this? I'm going to start negging the fuck out of you now. There is only one course of action. Yeah, we're kicking some fucking espers. What you want, silly cat? Yeah, what? I'm not giving you food, baby. You've had enough. And I've done some reading. It is not a good time for you to be eating food right now. I know, baby. Your finger is stuck. I also did try to clip her nails one time. And for whatever reason, she just thought the nail clipper was the formula bottle. I'm just like, this is not... You're not going to be able to drink from this, silly girl. Oh, no. Yeah, it's not good. She thought the nail clipper was a formula bottle, which was very funny. Ooh, you're biting me. Then you lick. You bite and then you lick. You bite. Bite, bite. Yum, yum, yum. Big bites. Licks. Give me your funny little bunny hop kicks. Tahoe, you're overstimulating her. Why are you doing that? Bite, bite, bite. Lick, lick, lick. Bite. Why are you biting my drawstring? Do you want to go on my shoulder again? You're a shoulder cat. I know. My dad taught you that. Shoulder? Yeah, she wants the shoulder. Now, hold on. Shoulder cat. Oh, not the face, not the face, not the face. Oh, I don't like this. What are you doing? What are you trying to accomplish right now? Yeah, what's up? Ow. My nipple. Yeah, time for chaos. That's true. Well, you want shoulder time again? Not my face. Do you want to run around? What do you want exactly? What are you looking for? Besides just meowing. Well, probably not being held like this, because you'll start to wiggle. Because I know you very well. What? Okay. Down you go. You want to run around? No. You know, my mom was like saying that you shouldn't let the cat on your lap as much as I do. It's like you're giving in to her. You need to teach her discipline. It's like, okay, that's not how that works. Well, the reason why, at least I think the reason why the kitten wants to be on my lap as badly as she does is because I am now associated as the mother because I give her food. And as a result, what do kittens very often do? Oh, they cuddle with their parent. They do that all the fucking time. Why? Because the parent is warm. A free source of heat. I mean, she's right. I am a free source of heat. Silly cat. You're very smart, aren't you? You're a smart kitty. What? What's wrong? Feeling sleepy again? You weren't even away for that long. No, you just want to climb. Do you want a shoulder cat? Is that what you want? Well, I don't know what that means. What? Because, I mean, if you're talking about being hungry, I ain't giving you food, baby. No food. It's too late. Do you want to sleep? You're closing your eyes a bunch. What is it? You know what I just realized, Boy Meets Minnie? We may actually have a pipe throughput problem because we don't have the necessary pipes. Although I think we can make pipe level 2s or Mark II pipes to get the necessary throughput that we need. Silly cat. You're a silly cat. Silly cat. You're a silly cat. Silly cat. You're a silly cat. Silly, silly, silly. Silly cat. What? Sleepy again? I haven't been awake that long. Okay. Okay, you don't. Okay, you don't. What? Do you want shoulder cat? Shoulder cat. Okay, shoulder cat. Get on the shoulder. There you go. Yes. No lick the face. No licky. Don't want your lickies. I don't want your chicky lickies. Want shoulder cat, doesn't want shoulder cat. What do you want, baby? What you looking for? Do you want shoulder cat? Do you not want shoulder cat? What you want? What do you want? I don't know what she's doing. I'm gonna be honest here. What? Are you trying to eat my hair? Why are you eating my hair? Why'd you do that? Why are you doing that? Your claw's stuck. There we go. Oh. Don't want you to fall again like you did today. And she fell off my lap. She was just like going crazy. And then she just fell off the chair. And she's okay. But it's just like, oh no! You have been defeated by your own hubris. You have a lot of hubris, don't you? Yeah. I know, you don't like being held. What? The what? What? You want to be let down now? Here you go. Let down. You're like looking over the chair, looking like you want to be let down and you don't want to be let down. What are you doing? What do you want? I have stuff I have to do, baby, okay? I know. Oi. I've gotten very little done. Many such cases. She's a very silly cat. She's very silly. Yeah, this is the... we're just... This is no longer just chatting. This is just catting. This is how the just catting section is supposed to work, right? Right? Where'd you go? Like, I was gonna do some boring stuff, like talk about like Alanah Pearce and all this bullshit, you know, just do some fucking boring libtard shit or whatever. Nah, it's all about the cat. It's cat content. Cat tent. Daho, you're exploiting your animal for content. The cat never consented to this. Yeah, well, the cat also never consented to being alive. Dab got him. Libtard owned. Left wing owned. She's going to explore now. And just, like, bap things. She likes to just randomly bap things. Listen here, liberal. Wait, did I misalign this? I did. Put this. What the putties? That's very putties, honestly. That is extremely putties.
Putties!
The only other thing that I need to teach her is how to figure out the water fountain, because she needs to drink water, obviously. Are we getting the annoying bug where the number pad, the numbers just don't work or something? I do not like this bug. Alright, at the very least I'm going to get this going and then get our coated iron canisters going. And some other shit. I don't know why this bug happens. It's very annoying, though. I'm not a particularly big fan of this. Oh, now you want to function, bastard. Boy Meets Mini thinks he can flex having a mini. Well, guess what, Boy Meets Mini? You're not the only mini owner in the chat. How about them apples, huh? Shut your putis ass up, you putis. Putis. Very, very putis behavior here by Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, well, some people don't have cars. Specifically, me. So, fuck you. Some people don't have the privilege of having a vehicle. Why? Because the economy is literal dog shit. I do have good taste. Because I played a lot of Gran Turismo 2. That is why I have the taste that I have. And listen, people are saying, Daho, you just like the GTR because of Paul Walker. Nah, fuck that. Absolutely the fuck not. It's not because of fucking family and Vin Diesel and Paul Walker, okay? Nuh-uh. Not because of them. It's not because of those putises. It's because of Gran Turismo 2, baby. Daho, liking an arcade racer. What the... It happens. This is something that's known to happen. Alright, so this is quartz, crystal, unload, photo, voltaic. That's the voltaic. What the? The phovoltaic. That. I'm good at English, guys. I did not spell quartz crystal. Fuck my life. Quartz load. Alright, get going. Oh, you're sitting in your bed now, eh? Okay, lovely. I think I'm going to, because I wanted to shove these, actually, no, I could still shove it in over there. Okay, I'm plotting something. I think I just got a bit of a brain blast. So, over here is where I'm going to make all the fuel depots. for our turbo fuel. The fuel trucks are going to come here. They're going to drop the shit off in a truck station here. And they're going to distribute it to a bunch of differing fuel depots. 1, 2, and 3. Because obviously the other shitters that are over there are going to be renamed first. And then yada yada yada. Right? Shit like that. And obviously, I do have a bit of room to play with, and I can always just put down a ramp at a particular section and just have it all be, like, inherently looped in with the natural roadway that I've already kind of integrated. That rock formation there kind of fucking sucks big cocks, but it's not the end of the world. But I can have quite a few fuel depots. Probably, like, at least 5. I was thinking, okay, I guess I could, like, try to shove in the coated the empty canisters, like, right here, basically. But then I was just like, but that gives me problems in terms of if I wanted to build more wet concrete. But here's the thing. We still have room that way to grow in terms of wet concrete. In terms of concrete, we're pretty much Gucci. I have more than enough concrete for a while. And with the upgrades that we're going to get relatively soon from the MAM, from one of the mods that we have, that's going to double. This alone will probably be almost about 2,000 concrete per second. Or not second, per minute. That's a lot. And we do not have the belt throughput for it, but whatever. Well, it's 1920, but close enough. Whatever. It's 2,000. So, we'll be good in terms of concrete for a long time. Given how hyper efficient that recipe is. Wet concrete's such a good recipe. Did we get our first roach comment? I have to see. The first roachling appear. Well, our favored, big old... Shut up, me. Oh, no. It's Big Will. The little roaches will find that video eventually. They always do. Especially if it's a video where I just say, yeah, Asmongold should be permanently banned. They'll find it and they'll get triggered. I'm anticipating what a lot of the Asmon roaches are probably going to say. There's going to be a lot of whataboutism. Also, I don't know if you've seen Boy Meets Mini, the continued, like, nonsense in the other Asmongold video, where I said Asmongold should be banned. He should, and he did get banned eventually. But we've been getting some really stupid people. Like, a bunch of them think that they're like debate bros or something. It's like, guys, you're not good at this. You guys are not good at debate. Please stop. Stop pretending that you're good at this. You don't know what you're talking about or what you're doing. Asman made them way too overconfident. Well, no, they probably always thought that they were good at debate and they had something of interest to actually impart into the world, but in reality, they never did. Mostly because they're Asmongold fans, but... whatever. Yeah, I think we're going to now officially shove in our packaged canisters, or empty canisters, here. But we're going to need some more stuff as well. We'll need water. We're going to use the first instance of the fluid trucks, actually, in order to get to do that. So I think we will need quite a few copper sheets. Where are you? $15 per minute. And the alternate recipe makes 22.5. That's a 3-to-2 ratio. That's a good ratio. Reminds me of a certain other ratio in Factorio. Pepe, everyone put that's a Pepe right there. 3-to-2 ratios in my hecking Factorio game. Alright, Boy Meets Minnie, I'm expecting you to know this 3-to-2 ratio that I'm talking about in Factorio. Does Boy Meets Minnie know? Or will he just be asleep at the wheel? There, he got it. I don't know if he Googled it because it took him a while to answer the question, but, you know, we'll just say he got it. Okay. I have to lock in because it's 1 in the morning. And we need to do segments. Huh. It's not like I have a crazy amount. Of segment. Alright. Let's do this. Listen, don't say that about roaches. Roaches are pretty decent units from StarCraft 2, okay? I like roaches. They're a good tanky unit that have rapid regeneration while burrowed. And you. Let's get started with this. Well, I did say that I was going to take a look at this meeting of the minds, shall we say, of Hank Pecker and James Carville. The Battle of the Two Southern Goats, I suppose you could say, for lack of a better term. But we all know about James Carville's shtick. We took a look at him already bitching, moaning, and complaining, talking about how he was going to leave the Democratic Party because of the fact that, well, DSA is taken over. He's just like, I don't like Hassan Piker, but I am an advisor to Palantir and simp for Israel. So therefore, I definitely have the pulse on what the average Democratic constituent is in line with. Now, if you know anything about the average Democratic constituent, they fucking hate both of those things. Shocker, I know. Oh, whoa, James Carville is a curmudgeon-y old man who's just old and curmudgeon-y and is just mad about the fact that he's old and curmudgeon-y. Many such cases, in fact. But, you know, whatever. This is just another instance of one of these, like, dumb fuck boomers just being like, not being able to cope and see the fact that life is moving on without them, and in reality, a lot of people don't actually fuck with you, little bro, kind of a deal. But whatever. James Carville doesn't give a shit about any of that stuff, right? In reality, what I more so wanted to like take a look at here specifically is the broader sort of idea within Democratic circles or Democrat circles of the metaphorical old guard versus the new guard, right? This is more so what I want to like sort of like take a look at and potentially talk about. And what two better case samples in to sort of compare, I suppose, than Hank Pecker and James Carville. I believe this was an interview by Donnie O'Sullivan, doing some kind of like, not some kind of, but basically doing an interview, yapping with these two gents about I guess, the future of the Democratic Party. Okay, what do we got here?
Do you know who Hassan Piker is?
A blowhard.
I think these guys failed so spectacularly.
Okay, I do have to say that James Carville calling Hassan a blowhard, I think is really funny, because I have bad news for you, James. You're a bit of a blowhard yourself. Like, bro, you're a Palantir advisor who was talking with, like, I think, unironically, in this exact same interview, talking about how, well, we gave the Palestinians a chance in order to get peace with Oslo, but they didn't take it. And it's just like, okay, bro, but you call Hassan Piker the blowhard. Sure, man. Did you see the Palantir's Q2 investors letter? It's Pepega. That doesn't really surprise me.
Spectacularly.
When you say progressive left, there's a tone of contempt there.
I hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Democrats haven't done anything about it.
They never win.
Have they been given a chance?
You know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party?
Wait, what do you mean they'd never win the quote-unquote progressive left? There's a lot of progressive Democrats and DSA candidates who have been winning their races. I don't know what this, like, stupid fucking talking point this is by a lot of these, like, neoliberal, like, centrist, like, dipwads of quote-unquote saying that, these guys don't win. Really? Are we just, like, critically unaware of the current races that have been going on in the Democratic Party or something? Are we just being, like, purposefully obtuse, or, like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is going on here?
Let me break the news to you. They ain't that liberal, okay?
Pro-Israel politics is so poisonous in the Democratic Party.
There's no place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidates if they are pro-Israel?
It's very, very funny how this motherfucker, James Carville, is just like, you can't criticize Israel, you know, you can criticize the United States of America, but Israel? Nah, not them. No. Is the answer.
How are you feeling about the midterms?
I feel very good, but the only thing that can derail us is we could nominate some of the wrong candidates in the wrong place and not be as successful as I hope. But it's going to be massive. I mean, in spite of anything, we're going to win that thing.
The wrong candidates, what do you mean by that?
I see challenges from the quote, progressive left, unquote. Mm-hmm. And these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like them. And but if you get a skewed...
Yeah, that's just, by the way, not true. Like, what do you mean? If they were not popular, okay, first off, we kind of just have to think about what exactly we mean by the quote-unquote progressive left. Because honestly, this could mean anything depending on who you ask. If I were to take a bet, what James Carville probably means by the quote-unquote progressive left is probably some flavor of, it could be DSA, it could be like progressive liberalism. I don't really know exactly. In terms of like a lot of these labels, generally speaking, in terms of what a lot of these more progressive members within Congress, generally speaking, believe, it's more so about like general sort of like good social democratic sort of policies and whatnot. But, you know, since I've mentioned this before, and I'll just keep mentioning it over and over and over again, James Carville is an advisor to fucking Palantir. And if we know anything about Palantir and the associated fucking weirdos that exist on or around Palantir, I guess for lack of a better term, should we really be surprised this dude might not be a big fan of the quote-unquote progressive left, considering the fact that he is, I don't know, in the metaphorical sort of eye of Sauron. Like, I mean, it's all fucking a meme or nod towards fucking the Palantir that Saruman had in order to in his like goddamn fucking tower. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's just like it's very funny, like how on the nose it is, and this bro is just like, yeah, you know what, I'll definitely work as an advisor for that company. What could possibly go wrong?
Turnout in a primary, you might end up losing a race that you should have never lost in the first place.
When you say progressive left, you sort of,
Well, how do you
there's
know
a
that?
tone of contempt there.
Yeah, so you were very wise. I hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
It's high definition, yeah.
Yes. They don't win elections.
I mean, again, like, how do you know that? I mean, progressive candidates have been winning across statewide elections for, at this point in time, years. They have been winning elections. James Carville is just basically mad about the fact that what they're mostly doing and how he more than likely interprets it is like, well, these guys are just a bunch of like weird wreckers who just want to like be rabble rousers and not stay in line at all with the party. When then again, it's like, I find it to be really, really funny that he's the one who's essentially saying that the progressives are the ones who are basically trying to wreck the party, when it's in reality people like him who have fucking wrecked the party, right? Like, and he's supporting a ton of unpopular shit that also would continue to wreck the party. But then again, like, it doesn't matter. This guy's like secretly a Republican still anyways. Wasn't this guy a Republican for years? I have no idea, Boy Meets Mini, but given his sort of like, I don't know, idiotic fucking attitudes, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
Elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats. Their only message is, we're going to blow everything up. Okay, great.
I don't know, man. Maybe maybe this wouldn't be as sort of relevant of a message if the system was working as intended, and also if these Democrats that are in these, I'm going to say this again, deep blue districts were actually putting up the fight that they pretend that they do. Because there's a problem, James Carville, because you yourself are also exhibiting the exact same problem. The thing is that most of these Democrats within positions of power are fucking lazy pieces of shit. And they just sit around in their deep blue districts, basically able to cruise in a career of politics because they know that they're a deep blue district, and if a Republican were to challenge them, they would win by pretty much not having to put in much effort. And as a byproduct of that, it turns out a lot more progressive people and more left-leaning people are going to be living in those districts. Not, I was going to say like the vast majority of the time, but a significant majority of the time. And a lot of these people don't really like the fact that their elected representatives, for the most part, sit around and just, I don't know, twiddle their fucking thumbs and finger themselves in the ass, sitting around doing not much of anything. And as a byproduct of that, guess what's happening? Oh, they're getting a lot of fucking challenges who are looking to challenge the fact that, yeah, we don't like the fact that our current elected representatives, for the most part, just like seemingly just sit around and do diddly squat while the Republicans are like basically fucking everyone in the ass.
And they run for president. They never win. They are the...
Have they been given a chance?
Huh?
Who?
Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know how he did twice? He lost. By a lot.
James Carville.
That's just a lie, by the way. He was pretty close in 2020. And in 2016, he probably would have won the DNC if it wasn't for Hillary Clinton and Debbie Wasserman Schultz basically fucking with the process in order to give Hillary Clinton that easy win. So, I mean, this is just like a complete false notion here by James Carville. And by the way, that contemptuous attitude is probably the biggest reason why nobody within the Democratic constituency like you people anymore, is that contemptuousness that he has. Like, why do you think people want to blow up the system so badly, or blow up the fucking Democratic Party so bad? Of course, I'm saying this metaphorically, of course. They want to blow it up because of dumbasses like you, James Carville, who have essentially fucked the Democratic Party in the ass for so long, making it such that it is an anemic, weak party that's incapable of fighting fascism. Like, James, I'm going to say this again. You're the problem, little bro.
Says this is all going to implode at the general election.
Hi, Hassan.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far.
Immediately on the money here from Hassan, right? Because again, here's the thing: like, James Carville will say that, the progressives, when they get to the general, they generally speaking lose. Stupid talking point for obvious reasons. When both Kamala Harris and also Hillary Clinton, the perfect neoliberal centrist candidates that a motherfucker with like James Carville exactly wants to a T, both lost to Donald Trump. Makes you think, doesn't it?
Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris in 2024. I think these guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives. I don't think I'm like exceptionally good at...
And this is a great point here by Hassan that I wholeheartedly agree with. Why the fuck do you think these people want an alternative? Because here's the thing. In 2016, when Donald Trump won, and coming up to around 2023, or 2022, 2023, the Democrats were actually popular amongst the Democratic constituency. Now, the most intrepid amongst us will say, wow, that's really stupid for a lot of reasons. And yeah, it is really stupid for a lot of reasons. But here's the fucking thing. A lot of Democrats felt like the Democratic Party machine was putting in highly, highly effective pushbacks against stinky Donald Trump. And they thought that, with the woke 1.0, kente cloth, fucking memes, and all this bullshit, oh, look at my heckin' Democrat-Torinos doing such a good job at fighting the hecking meanie, stinky Trump. They're doing such a great job, people. They're doing so good. In reality, we all know that that's just not the fucking case, right? Like, duh, obviously. And as a byproduct of that, a lot of people grew extremely fucking complacent with the fact that these Democratic, consultants and whatnot have grown as complacent as they have and are basically just making things worse, for lack of a better term. And it turns out, in reality, most people actually do not really like what most of the Democratic Party is putting down. They have come to the realization that, it turns out the Democrats, the neoliberal centrists, are not effective fighters, and they are a bunch of do-nothing fucking losers. And, it only took about 7 years and a second loss of Trump for these motherfuckers to finally realize that, similar to that of the Republican Party, the Democrats also do not give a shit about you. But, I guess in like this particular case or situation, it's one of those deals where it's just like, well, you know what? The left has been saying this constantly for like years, and none of you motherfuckers cared about it, but now all of a sudden you are starting to care. But, it's one of those things, it's like too right early, take what you can get. I guess they now finally recognize the clear imminent danger of someone like Donald Trump and whatnot. So, I mean, like, whatever, dude. It's fucking stupid.
Proselytizing the gospel of socialism necessarily. I think there are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative. And a lot of people are also very frustrated with the rise of Trumpism, rise of MAGA, rise of fascism in this country. They're scared. There's a lot of instability. And they see the Democratic Party as insufficient in dealing with Trumpism. And
It's true.
they go out there in the streets. They want to demonstrate. Who do they see on the streets? People like me. They see DSA. They see PSL. They see these organizations that have never stopped protesting. They don't stop protesting when Democrats are in charge. They don't stop protesting when Republicans are in charge. Why do they do that? Because the issues persist.
Do you know who Hassan Piker is?
Yes.
What do you think of him?
Lord.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, it's pretty on the money there by Hassan. And also, like, by the way, James Carville, Palantir fucking advisor over here, is the one who's saying that Hassan is the blowhard. Really? Okay, buddy. Nice meme. Nice meme.
A what?
A blowhard. Name me one Democrat in a tough election that wants Hassan Piker to come in and campaign with him in a general election. Do you think that Talrico is going to invite Hassan Piker to come to Texas? I don't. You think John Ossoff is going to invite him? I don't. You think Roy Cooper?
Why the fuck would... Why? Why does that matter? I mean, he's already campaigned with a current Democratic general election, like, nominee. He's going to talk with those people. I mean, AOC is the most popular Democratic politician within the country, or one of the most popular politicians within the country, and she's talked with him, gone to campaign events. Same with Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, a bunch of other fucking Democratic fucking representatives have all already, like, talked with and campaigned with Hassan Piker. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, bro, this is the fucking problem here. We're dealing with a curmudgeony old man who is stuck in the 90s, who basically was such hot shit with Bill Clinton in office, not recognizing that, of course, Bill Clinton is kind of part of the reason for as to why we're even in this mess to begin with. You know, repeal of Glass-Steagall leading to the financial crisis of '08. But whatever. Bro, it's just like, everything is still the 90s, bro. I have my nostalgia cuck glasses on. It's still the 90s, bro. I'm still relevant. I still matter in Democratic Party politics. Like, nah, old man, nobody likes you anymore, and they want you to step aside.
No. And, I mean, he's a niche guy.
Do you think, candidates that embrace you in the primary process might want to tuck you away in the general election?
Maybe. But I think that'd be a mistake. Because the reality is, not only do I have a lot of passionate door knockers and organizers in my community,
That's true.
but also outside of that, I represent a position.
This is a really good point here by Hassan, because, again, in terms of ground game of the Democrats, they typically do better in comparison to that of the Republican Party. And you may be wondering, well, why is that the case, Daho? The reason for as to why that is the case is because university students are typically the main people who do door knocking for the Democrats. And guess who's not coming to door knock for the Democratic Party anymore? Those exact same university students. Because why the fuck should they at this point? They have been so spurned. They have been so basically distraught and hurt by the Democratic establishment. They're just like saying, okay, well, fuck this, man. Like, why the fuck should I care at all about the tomfoolery or what exactly the this current Democratic campaign basically wants? They've been doing basically everything possible to not really care about any of my beliefs or issues whatsoever. Why the fuck should I ever, like, fuck with you anymore, little bro? Like, that's what it is, dude. It's just a lot of the young people in this current juncture just don't really fuck with the Democratic Party anymore, because they've been such a abysmal fucking failure for, again, about 30 fucking goddamn years at this point. Carville is kind of tactically stupid. If the Dems are so good and Hassan is poisoning the Democrats, why is their instinct to let him? I don't know what to make of it, but their loser defeatist tactics are being brought into this internal fracture. That's a really good point there, Alex, right? Because a lot of people do also have the feeling that at some point, it's just like, are the Democrats just doing everything possible to lose? Because they look at certain, like, belief. And by the way, this it's not just like progressive, like, lefty types who also have that attitude. You want to know who else also has that kind of attitude? Podjons. Podjons have very often had that attitude. Because here's the thing. Podjons actually care about winning. They care very, very much about winning and doing everything possible to try to defeat the Republican Party. And they have come to the recognition, the Podjons, they like doomered out a bit, saying that, yeah, I don't know like what to think of the current Democratic Party, but they seem like wholeheartedly, and they've said this before in segments, by the way, but they seem like interested in doing everything possible to just fucking lose. Like, what is going on here? And it's like, oh, Podjons, you've now swallowed the fucking black pill. You have come to the realization that in reality, the Democratic Party has never given a fuck about you or anyone else. And by the way, Podjons are like, they're former Obama people. And if they're saying stuff like, oh yeah, the Democrats just, they seem to just not give a shit anymore. And most of like the blue MAGA types like respond just by saying that, you know, fuck the Podjons, they're just a bunch of wreckers. It makes you think for a second, like, what are you people talking about? Like, the talking point that a lot of lefties have of saying that Democrats are addicted to losing for some reason is only going to have way more ability to stick in that particular instance, because for whatever reason you're saying shit like the Podjons are like wreckers now within the Democratic Party, which is what a lot of these like weirdo blue MAGA dipshit types are saying. They've been saying this like constantly online. It's just like, it's very, very fucking weird. It's like, why the fuck would you say that? Like, at this point in time, most people are just going to operate under the assumption, especially given a lot of the actions that Democrats are taking, that maybe, yeah, these guys might actually be addicted to losing.
That is objectively popular. The criticisms of Israel. That
True.
is the overwhelming majority's perspective. So I think simply leaning in to attack at and saying, oh, you're right, that this person is bad, actually. This person was wrong. It was wrong of me to identify or and align with him. Oppo could have done that in the primary as well. It was very risky for him to say, no, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I have disagreements with him, but who cares? He's a Twitch streamer, you know? And I think that's an honest message. That's something that people can understand. And as long as he sticks to the issues, as long as he keeps fighting for Medicare for all and keep fighting for policies that will improve people's lives, that's what people are going to vote for. The rest of it is just noise. You look silly if you try to consistently take the conversation back to an allegiance that a politician might have with a Twitch streamer. If the other side is saying, I want to give people health care, it's not.
And by the way, that's literally what Andrew Cuomo and Mallory McMorrow tried to do, and they both lost their elections. Because here's the thing with Hassan. Hassan is not a really well-known individual in terms of like the general American zeitgeist. He has a niche sort of like presence in terms of the general perception of the American people. So a lot of these like Democratic like insider types, and the Republicans are now also doing this mistake as well, and I say great, fantastic, let them make this mistake of wanting to hyper specifically fixate on Hassan. It's just like, what are you people doing? Like, I thought we were like advisors here trying to operate with some level of strategic depth. And you guys want to fucking focus on one goofy fucking dopey ass like Turkish dude or something who's just criticizing you people for being incredibly ineffective. And now everybody else is also saying that you guys are incredibly fucking ineffective. It's like, what are we doing here? Like, what is the stratagem here? Like, what is the idea with a lot of these like Democratic consultant types, right? The only thing you can think of in your head at this point in time is just like, I think you guys are just like completely and utterly out of touch if this is like the sort of like way that you're thinking about this stuff. Like, what are you doing, dude? Yeah, you're right there, Alex. It is making Hassan more important than he actually is. Like, these motherfuckers are constantly saying that, why is everyone thinking about Hassan? He's not important. He's, like, really unpopular. And they just keep, like, obsessively talking about him. Well, that's just only going to make it such that more people are going to be interested in looking him up. It's just, dog, Like, do you motherfuckers know what the Streisand effect is? You guys are Streisand affecting yourselves into a loss for no reason. Like, what are we doing here? Strategically, it just makes no sense. And yeah, like you're saying, Maya, it's because they have no fucking idea what they're doing, because they're just out of lockstep. They got their corpo bucks, and they don't have to give a shit anymore. Like, that's what it is. And it's just, again, James Carville is a Democratic consultant. The only reason why he's saying this shit is because he knows in the back of his mind that he's under threat.
Not a great message.
In the primary process, of course, he has become this sort of central part of a debate, right, about the future of the Democratic Party.
Well, let me tell you, we're going to have a debate about the future of the Democratic Party. In the Democratic primaries of 2028, in Hassan Piker and the progressives, you know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news to you. Democratic primary voters, primarily Southern black Democratic primary voters. Let me further break the news to you, because I happen...
Why the fuck are we trying to wield, like, Southern black Democratic primary vote? Like, what are we talking about here, dude? Those guys are always going to come out to vote for the Democratic Party. Yeah, he is race baiting here. I mean, they're always going to come out because they're old curmudgeon-y conservatives like himself. So, they will always go out to vote anyways. But here's the thing. If there is a candidate that is interesting to a lot of people, like, say, an AOC, the young people are going to heavily outnumber the old curmudgeon-y Southern black voters. Because this is the problem with the old... Because this is an old line of thinking here, right? What James Carville is basically doing here, besides the race baiting stuff, what he's doing here is he's trying to operate off of old wisdom, right? He's operating off of... Well, these guys are always inherently going to vote for us, and they're a reliable voting bloc. Why the fuck should we try to appeal to these guys who are not a reliable voting bloc? When it's just like, do you know how to do politics? The point is the Democrats want to frame themselves as this, like, massive tent, and they have a lot of people in order to, you know, pull from to vote in a massive coalition, right? Democrats love doing that talking point all the time. They love talking about that. Why are you essentially saying that, I reject that. I reject trying to build a massive fucking coalition that can win elections and races. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you're just shooting yourself in the foot here strategically for no fucking goddamn reason. Like, why? Because, I mean, if it's only, like, Southern black Democratic primary voters, the only thing that you're going to fucking care about, like, you're going to depreciate turnout against the other constituencies that you are also going to need in order to be able to win a general election. Again, like, strategically speaking, it's fucking stupid. Also, the Dem Socialists are improving on getting older black voters from what? A look at the voter demographics between Bernie 2016 and Mamdani 2026. Yeah, like, here's the thing. A lot of progressive people have also been going into, like, black churches and talking with these, like, local black leaders, right? And sometimes that's all that it takes. And Zoran Mamdani did really well with that constituency during his election. Like, very well. So it's just like, again, like, what are you talking about here, James? This is nonsense.
They've hung around with Southern black people all of my life. They ain't that liberal. Okay? But that's... Now, I'm sure someone on the left would say, well, we have to have another process. No, we don't. And what Hassan Piker needs to do is run for president. If everybody agrees with you, good. Run. Go, cat, go. I think everybody ought to run. And I think that the...
Why? That doesn't make any sense. Why should he run for president? I don't think Hassan... Literally, Hassan in the previous segment said that he doesn't think that everyone's going to inherently agree with him. Like, what is this, like, strange assumption that we're making here? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Oh, yeah, I mean, if he ran for president, like, who's to say that the Democrats won't just stop him from running for president and just basically do everything possible to, I don't know, put targets on his back to stop him? Yes, he was born in the U.S., I believe in New Jersey. So he can run for president if he wants to, but he never will. He knows that that's really not his place, and so he's just going to do something else, and that is to try to get better candidates than the neoliberal dipshits, to be able to, get in power instead. You know, like, that's just how it is, man.
The judgment of Democratic primary voters is what I'm going to follow. But if you claim that there's all of this energy and this activism, then okay, have at it. Run for president.
You're allowed to take part in the democratic
I
process.
don't say,
without running for office, you know,
of course you ought to run for office. What I'd say is, why do these people call themselves...
Why don't you want to run for office or something? Like, what is this? Well, that's a little interesting. Interesting.
Democrat. Call yourself Democratic Socialist. Maybe what we need...
I mean, I think a lot of them do,
You're
right?
good, but don't call yourself Democrat. But we don't want you. There's no place, any place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party. There's no place for anti-Semitism. But if you want to be anti-Semitic, go...
Hey, dumbass, problem. It turns out that there is actually plenty of places to criticize Israel within the Democratic fucking constituency, because it appears that 70+% of Democratic constituents, which I thought you had the pulse on there, James Carville, those are going to be fucking primary voters, you old fart, that do not like the actions of Israel. So, like, this motherfucker was blustering and talking about how he knows so much about Democratic fucking party voters, primary voters, and he immediately starts simping for fucking Israel. Like, dog, you just directly contradicted yourself, you stupid dumbass.
From your own party. The reason that most people become Democrats is the same reason that I did. I don't hate anybody. I have a big issue with the government of Israel.
Yeah.
I worked in Israel. It was part of the closest set in history that ever come to having a deal. And I am a full supporter of the right of a Jewish state on the Eastern Mediterranean.
Yeah, I know, I get it. You are okay with the existence of an ethno-state.
I think the only way to have that is you have to have a corresponding Palestinian state, fully recognized. You have to have security zones. You have to have massive aid to the Palestinian state. And we got to have peace and not war. Now,
again, here's the thing with what he's saying here. It's just not possible. Because there's one side that makes it not possible. The Israelis. But these motherfuckers like this, will never admit to it. Yeah, like, you know, to Carville, Bill Clinton's agreements would seem anti-Israel. And he's part of that admin. Like, he's not going to fucking do that. Would James think that... no, he worked directly on the Oslo Accords, I believe. He worked on the Oslo Accords with Bill Clinton. And here's the fucking problem. It's what has essentially led to the sort of position that we find ourselves under right now. Like, it's been a complete fucking failure, man. Like, it's not working, right? And it's been made more and more clear that the Israelis are just not interested whatsoever in trying to make it work. Yeah, you know, oops, so Clinton. I mean, if we want to talk about the current woes of the West Bank, that was all because of Oslo, unironically. So, again, for a lot of the individuals, you know, who love to sort of, like, simp for Israel, like James Carville saying, like, yeah, I literally did all this work in order to try to get some kind of a two-state solution worked out. It's like, well, how did that work out? Because if the Palestinians didn't like it, and the fucking Israelis didn't comply with it anyways, so I guess it was just like a complete failure. I guess you just, I don't know, fucking pack watch, rip bozo, take the fucking L there, James.
I can't stand Netanyahu. And the big change that I've seen in Israel is they used to actually try to get people to like them. Don't do that anymore. And I detest the settlements, right?
I'm sure you do.
And I would love to see policy changes in the government of Israel. But I am a firm believer in the state of Israel. Two different things.
Sure.
Never to be confused.
I was with you.
So again, like, just that right there, he's not actually interested in seeing any form of policy change with the state of Israel, because the state of Israel has made it extremely fucking clear that they themselves are not interested in any form of state change or, like, policy change whatsoever in terms of its fucking actions. They don't care. They do not give a shit. So then, like, I don't know why we're doing this, like, idiotic fucking bluster of saying that, oh yeah, I sure do not like Benjamin Netanyahu. He's such, like, a stinky, meanie, bobini guy. I don't like him. He's very bad. But, you know, I still love the state of Israel. You know, I love the fact that they exist as a Jewish state. They have that right to exist as a Jewish state. He's doing all this, like, again, inherent capitulation up front to Israel, when they have made it very clear that, dog, they are not interested in seemingly their own existence at this point in time, because they just keep doing everything possible in order to just destroy any sort of like international credibility they quote unquote used to have. Like, it's one of those things where it's just, I look at this, I'm just like, well, why are you saying this stuff? Like, this just makes, strategically speaking, like, no fucking sense. But that's because, like, people like James Carville are just not, they're just not interested in seeing any tangible improvement in terms of on what's happening on the ground in like Israel Palestine, because he was a part of the administration that quote unquote got the almost got the peace deal or whatever, and he's just like going to be, I don't know, more pissed about the fact that Bill Clinton wasn't able to get it or something, instead of actually like reflecting and learning. I wonder why this didn't work out. What tenets of this exactly didn't work out? What were the Palestinians more specifically upset about? But no, we have to do the whole simping bit for Israel instead. It's fucking stupid, man.
At the DNC in 2024, where you said you didn't endorse Harris.
Nope.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel in a way that you don't like? I mean, if you ultimately are
No.
about defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, MAGA, whatever, surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I'm going to have to make that calculation at all, because, again, pro-Israel politics is so poisonous, in the Democratic Party especially, that there is, and I'm telling you right now as a promise, and you'll see, 0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that that doesn't happen regardless, but I don't think I'll have to push too much.
Okay, so he didn't answer the question, which I think is, I mean, that makes sense why he probably didn't want to answer the question there. Mostly because, like, I mean, he's correct, because of just how shitty Israel's conduct has been in terms of the genocide, and how much everyone fucking hates them. It's just like, well, I don't really have to do anything at all. Like, I don't think that anyone's going to fuck with Israel at all in the Democratic Party, because of the fact that they have been, well, so poisoned in terms of their I don't know, like actions that they keep consistently taking within, well, Gaza and the West Bank and whatnot, and nobody fucking likes them anymore. Everyone fucking hates them. So why do any work in terms of like making the reputation worse? At this point in time, we just have to make sure that the whatever Democrat is going to be elected is not going to be a pro-Israel fucking loser. Because again, like, people just, they do not like the state of Israel for a lot of good reasons. He did really politician that answer. That's true, Alex.
And you'll see. Rahm Emanuel's a great example of this. Rahm Emanuel himself is very critical of Israel now. Very, very critical of Israel. And it's clear that he has ambitions of higher office, and he sees which way the winds are blowing.
That's very funny that Rahm Emanuel is critical of Israel now.
It's not going to happen. So that's not even a problem. But I do warn, just as I did in 2019 with Joe Biden, that if we don't have a bold, progressive candidate as someone who can take advantage of the momentum of the growing socialist movement in this country, seek to improve the material conditions of the working class in this country, it's going to be worse than Donald Trump next time around.
He's
Just
correct.
as Donald Trump 2 was far worse than Donald Trump 1.
Yeah, we can only assume how much worse it could potentially get. Oh, really? Full story with Anderson Cooper on the CNN app. Well, I don't think we need to watch the full sort of story here. And I mean, he's correct. If there is no bold progressive policy, it's only going to get worse. And it will be entirely the Democrats' fault if they decide to go ahead with a neoliberal this time. And there will be no one else to blame besides the Democratic Party. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? It's very clear that James Carville is still stuck in the 90s with his, like, nostalgic cuckoldry sort of glasses, I guess, for lack of a better term, and will never learn anything from the past, just like the rest of the party. Yeah, no one's going to learn anything in terms of the Democratic establishment, so it makes a lot of sense why people are seeking alternatives in order to be able to, well, have some baseline improvement for the material conditions within the United States of America, because people are only going to get more and more desperate as the days go by. And the Democrats are wholeheartedly not willing to step up to that challenge. Which I myself said in my whole sort of 2024 autopsy, that if the Democrats don't embrace some form of, like, you know, Midwestern style sort of like Democratic governor populism, they're going to get completely fucking owned in the next coming election. And it's going to be entirely their fault. And they can just, I don't know, basically like fucking cope and seethe about it, because they will have brought this whole sort of like mess upon themselves, because they make it very clear that they don't actually really care all that much. But yeah, I don't think there's like really much else to say besides step aside, old man James. It turns out nobody fucking fucks with you anymore, little bro. Not Alanah Pearce, guys. Okay. Not Rahm Emanuel. I think he's cynical, but I do think other centrist Democrats do really think Israel has gone too far. Kamala Harris, unironically, thought Israel went too far. I mean, again, in her book, and she herself has also admitted that she was one of the few lone voices in the Biden administration trying to be like, hey, can we get like some kind of a deal and relief for the Palestinians? We really should try to do something for them. But Biden was always just like, no, Jack, I want to keep sending more money to Israel. Jack. Joe Biden was such a uniquely bad president in terms of this issue. Like, uniquely bad.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
Yeah, fuck you, Joe. Do we like Alanah? Why would we hate Alanah? Do you not know who Alanah Pearce is, Fox of Fate? Not to be mistaken.
Fake news.
Not to be mistaken with Smug Alanah, who is a fucking moron. Her name is familiar. She is a writer for God of War Laufey. She's done voice acting in Dispatch and a couple of other games. I think Gears 5 and also Bolt Gun 2, I believe. She's had some voice acting work, but her biggest, most notable gig, and she was a journalist as well for, I believe, IGN. Yes. No, she does actual work, but she's also done a bit of political commentary. She talks about a lot of gaming news stuff. But I mean, yeah, she's also done commentary as well. We've looked at Alanah Pearce's videos on the channel, I'm pretty sure. She makes solid, some pretty decent little video essays. Was she targeted during Gamergate? I think she came into video game journalism, I think, like, during 2017, I think. So she may have been targeted. I'm not sure. She was not as early as Zoe Quinn or others. I'm just not certain. Anywho. I should get started on this because it's late. So, this is a little bit of a funny discourse, I suppose, that's hit the timeline. But Alanah Pearce, known for her writings in God of War Lao Fei, the game is going to come out this year, which all the chuds are mad about because woman. That is 8 women, basically. She is also a voice actress, I believe, who has voiced, in Dispatch, which was a very popular, critically acclaimed game. I think she did some work on Gears of War 5, and also Bolt Gun 2. Oh, and also Cyberpunk. She also did some work on Cyberpunk as well. Those are the games that she has specifically worked on in a voice acting capacity, right? And she had a take which was based. Yeah, she was based for this take, where she's essentially talking about America being shitty in terms of job security, especially in the video game industry, which she has a lot of familiarity with, considering the fact that she's been working in that industry for the latter part of about 10 years, basically. Video games, journalism, obviously writing and voice acting roles in that capacity as well. And she also worked at Rooster Teeth as well, I think, for a couple of years, which I do find to be kind of funny. I believe. Yes, I do believe that's the case. And her talking about job security is in America, considering the fact that she has been working in America for the latter part of about 15 years-ish? No, more like 10 years-ish. Is very, very interesting, right? I mean, she is some flavor of progressive and whatnot, yada, 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 and is very in tune with a lot of the inner workings of the games industry. But a lot of gamers, TM, are pissed about this because all they saw was the title of the video, and they probably just went ballistic about this. But here, in her latest video, she examines why the US and Europe have seen huge gaming layoffs since 2022, while Japan largely avoided similar cuts. I can answer this question as to why that's the case. It's because America just has this epigenetic desire to give their CEOs and executives, and this is the same thing that Stephanie Sterling themselves have been consistently talking about, that America just has this epigenetic desire to give some of the most unqualified fucking losers like Andrew Wilson or Android Wilson as much money as possible in order to keep making mediocre fucking products. So yeah, dude. It turns out that if you keep funneling a bunch of money in all of these projects, quote unquote, for into a more and more CEO pay, it turns out the products that typically are going to be created as a byproduct of that are not going to be as good. Yeah, I know, kind of a radical take there by Da Harumba. I can't believe it. It turns out a lot of game companies are having problems with making good quality products because of a lot of the crunch stuff that they do, and the fact that corporate executives have no fucking idea what they're doing in terms of actually being able to make a good game. Shocker, I know. Many such fucking cases. And as a byproduct of that, a lot of people are saying man, these guys fucking suck at being able to develop games, and the quality of games is going down from a lot of Western AAA studios because of a lot of the fact that, I don't know, man, if people do not like working for you, they're not going to be able to make as good of a product as they can that's going to be available on the market. I mean, it's just I don't know, it's as simple as that. But Alanah's saying that triggers a bunch of people because we're dealing with the gamers TM, and these people do not actually like video games whatsoever. But yeah, her main point is that it comes down to both law and culture. In the U.S., and I know this is something that was being hyper specifically fixated on by like all the fucking right wingers talk about like Japanese culture, because a lot of these guys are like weebs and they pretend to think that they know more about Japanese culture than they actually do. But whatever, that's a differing sort of point, of course. A lot of these fucking dorks are just willing to hand wave away all of the shittiness that the games not journalists, companies within the West basically, I guess, create, for lack of a better term, and are willing to hand wave away a lot of the actions of those CEOs who just get very, very rich off of not doing much work in terms of the development, because they keep constantly giving themselves higher and higher, payment amounts, meanwhile hardly doing any of the fucking work, and constantly firing developers all the time after projects are finished in order to, again, have a better return for the fucking shareholders. Because, listen, I'm going to bring them up again. I'm going to bring up Stephanie Sterling, in saying that what the gaming executive wants is to chase a Ouroboros, to chase an infinite growth cycle, which does not exist. Like, it just doesn't exist. Money, like, you're not going to be able to profit for forever, and it's eventually going to shit the bed. Like, for fuck's sake, I think, isn't Ubisoft, like, apparently, like, $2.5 billion in debt or something? And it's mostly because they've just been making, like, rather, like, uninteresting, mediocre fucking games for the most part that are just like, whatever. But yeah, what Alanah is specifically talking about is the at-will employment, which basically makes it such that layoffs after a project is done is more or less inevitable. Where, as a quick summary for what at-will employment is essentially the boss can just fire you whenever the fuck they want and not have to provide any, like, legal reasoning for it whatsoever. Because I'm going to say right now, if you pull that shit in Canada, you're getting sued. If someone pulled that shit to me in Canada, I'm suing the fuck out of them, and I'm going to win that, because we do not have at-will employment within Canada. Just random example, of course. But anyway, I've been going on a massive sort of, like, preamble tangent here. Alanah. We do have the video up. We're going to take a look at details of this. Or rather, before that, I'm going to suck my own cock here a little bit, alright? Because she is correct, right? Her basically calling out the American companies and a lot of the Western AAA sort of studios for being significantly worse in terms of their work culture, in terms of how they distribute resources, in terms of, like, CEO pay and whatnot, is making it such that there are going to be worse quality products created as a, well, byproduct, of course. But for some reason, a lot of the gamer TMs do not care about that, because I guess they all just want to simp for CEOs or something. I have no idea why a lot of these people are like this. It's just very strange and confusing. But it turns out if you want, like, good video games, you're going to need to be able to have, like, good quality work to be able to be done within that sort of avenue. And here's the thing. A lot of the cases with, like, say, the comparisons between that of Japan is that Japan has better worker protections, and their workers are, generally speaking, more happy, right? Because of those worker protections. Again, we can talk about the whole sort of shtick with, dude, I don't know why Alanah is talking about the Japanese in particular when their work culture is so bad, which I find very funny that a lot of those people are now mentioning Japanese work culture being as bad as it is in order to try to get a dunk specifically on Alanah when they would never talk about that topic at any juncture or point in time. Is very, very convenient that they're doing it now, but whatever. I shouldn't really expect anything less from right-wing fucking weirdos who actually don't really believe in much of anything, but I digress. I do find it very, very funny that they now all of a sudden care about the Japanese work culture that exists. But again, like, we are dealing with right-wingers. A lot of these people are, generally speaking, fucking hypocrites. But yeah, I said that she's correct, and all the morons crashing out over this are stupid. And a lot of the replies to this have just been like, oh, well, maybe they just shouldn't make such a bad quality product. It's just like, okay, I want you to listen to yourself for 3 fucking seconds. Why do you think the quality products are so bad? Because of stuff that Alanah, I would guess, outlines herself, probably in terms of crunch culture. I can guarantee you that she's going to mention stuff like crunch. She's going to mention stuff like the disparagement in terms of pay between the CEOs and that of the fucking workers, making it such that they are not happy with the current sort of area that they're currently working with, which is going to make it such that there's going to be worse and worse quality products that are created. And for whatever reason, that frame of analysis is never really adopted. What a lot of these dudes will talk about instead is I don't know, Alanah is woke DEI and she likes woke stuff or something, blah, 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 blah. Because we're dealing with a bunch of, well, unironic fucking children in right-wingers. I'm going off of, again, a very, very long ramble here. But I just wanted to, shit on this loser real fucking quick. Smash JT. Smash JT is currently losing a lawsuit against Alyssa Mercante, who he basically made 70-plus videos harassing her for what exactly? Because he's a loser freak who, fundamentally speaking, has no better content in his sort of world, and has to talk about one particular games journalist who, I don't know, slighted him or something, called him a fucking loser. Because guess what? He is a fucking loser because he's just one of these really low IQ, barely sentient, slop tuber, anti-woke grifter types who does not care about the medium of video games and just wants to complain about women. Same dude who also on a live stream was constantly complaining about having to dip into their child's fucking tuition in order to be able to fight the lawsuit against Alyssa Mercante. I guess that lawsuit for you is just not... Sounds like it's not going particularly well for you there, Smash JT. What happened? I thought you were epic based guy who knew so much about video games and was so in tune with what gamers wanted. What happened? What happened? Anywho, enough of making fun of, I don't know, all the conservatives and whatnot. Why don't we take a look at what Alanah had to say? Because this is the only... they just saw this title and they just basically got triggered. That's literally it. All this stuff with Pirate Nation. This guy's also a dumb fuck as well. None of this stuff really matters whatsoever because the right-wingers are not going to understand what that means. So, anywho. More... Shitting of the right-wingers aside. Alanah, what you got for me, buddy?
My channel is sponsored by Raycon, which means we will have an ad from them somewhere in the middle of today's video. I had someone ask me on a stream the other day why Asian countries like Japan aren't facing the same truly insane wave of layoffs that the games industry in Europe and North America have been since 2022. We are over 50,000, by the way. 50,000 people have lost their jobs in an industry that is making record money. If you would like a full breakdown of why we're...
Again, right off the fucking bat, this should be a... You need to ask yourself a fucking question. Why is it such that a lot of people who are getting laid off are in the companies that they're working at is making record fucking profits as a byproduct of that? You need to ask yourself that question, right? Because that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, right? If a company is successful, why would they lay off a bunch of talent that was helping them make money? That's a little interesting, isn't it? There should be an immediate sort of alarm bell ringing in your head saying that there may be more systemic root cause issues as to what is enabling. I'm trying to think what the best term would be here. Causing this sort of behavior.
50,000 here is a comprehensive video of why the games industry broadly is in the position that it's in. But when it comes to Asia specifically, I get why this is confusing, especially because a lot of Western studios, even ones who have faced tremendous layoffs, are owned by Asian companies. Sony is a great example, a Japanese company that recently shut down fairly beloved studio Bluepoint, who were based in Austin, Texas. Bungie, also owned by Sony, but operating out of Bellevue in Washington, recently lost 300 employees.
Tencent, I believe, also... Oh, okay. She was just about to talk about Tencent. Yeah, but Tencent also owns a lot of, big games companies as well.
Riot Games is 100% owned by Chinese mega publisher Tencent, and they've laid off just under 100 people this year across the US and Europe. Nintendo has done this. Square Enix did it very recently. It happens across the board. It's happening in other industries too, of course. Giant Japanese pharmaceutical company Takeda Pharmaceutical recently announced plans to cut 4,500 jobs in order to save around 200 billion yen annually. Yay for the stock market. And the employees that are being laid off are...
And that's what it purely is right there. Yeah, basically all these dumbass fucking companies want to do everything possible to, I don't know, get better pulls on the dumb fuck gotcha machine that is known as the stock market, guys. That's what it is. But for some reason, like, a lot of the anti-woke types prefer to just not understand that for some reason. Like, apparently this is like a rocket science position for a lot of these fucking morons, when it's like, no, dude, like, the problem is the stock market is a, like, made up amalgam. It's a construction created by, I don't know, a collection of the most evil people on the fucking planet who have basically made it such that the quality and sort of position, but mostly the quality of fucking games is only becoming 10 times fucking worse. SoftBank is fucking over so many industries in Japan. I'm not surprised.
In Europe. Basically, companies that are headquartered in Asia are still laying people off, just not all that often in Asia. It does also still happen in Asia, to be clear, sometimes. Tencent did just lay off 100 employees from the Shenzhen China-based studio Timi, I think is pronounced, studio group, who are most well known for mobile games like Call of Duty Mobile and Honor of Kings, for example. But most of the stories that I feel like I hear out of Asia are like the direct opposite. I'm reading this paragraph from Lewis Gordon at The Verge because they summarized it perfectly. It says, in recent years, Japanese companies and studios such as Sega raised salaries by 33%, Koei Tecmo upped wages by 23%, employees at Persona maker Atlas saw their incomes jump by 15%, and Nintendo gave its employees a 10% raise. Most recently, Capcom increased graduate salaries by 27.7%, describing it as an investment from the people who support the future of the company. And all of this is benefiting people specifically in Japan.
So, by the way, I'm just going to say this real quick for all you stupid fucking conservatives. Remember when Ronald Reagan talked about trickle-down economics? You know, just directly was talking about trickle-down economics. That eventually you too would also see all of the fucking benefits of the fruits of the corporation. You know? That sort of like idea and concept, basically. Yeah. Exactly. Like that. This is why, right? Because at the very least, like, Japan is trying to put in some kind of an effort in order to be able to make things better for their employees. Now, is it perfect? No, obviously not, right? But again, it's better than fucking nothing, man. And for whatever reason, like, a lot of these dudes just don't get it. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, those are nice raises, but barely keep up with Japan's cost of living. I wouldn't want to be a salaryman there. Yeah, and that's a whole differing sort of problem. But here's the thing. In the United States of America, like, fucking wages have not kept up with inflation for the past, what, 40 fucking goddamn years?
So yeah, I get why it's confusing. Why are there so many layoffs in the US and Europe, even at Asian-owned companies, when their Japanese counterparts are getting goddamn raises? The reason for this may shock you. Women.
So real.
I'm joking. It's actually the law and also culture. But let's start with the law, which is honestly really gross, which you'll see when we get into it. But for the purposes of keeping this relatively cohesive, I'm going to largely look at Japan. And as part of that, I did interview Shuhei Yoshida, who is both Japanese and was the president of SIE Worldwide Studios, as in PlayStation Studios from 2008 to 2019, and two other Japanese games industry professionals who have asked to remain anonymous. The most that I can say is that one is a producer at AAA Studio effectively in Japan, and the other worked at Nintendo for many years, but no longer does. And we will hear from them right after this ad break. This message is sponsored by Raycon. It is back to school season, and whether
ads. Listen, I don't know anything about Raycons. Ad, whatever. We're skipping the ad.
Now back to the video. So Japan has what it is called a legal doctrine of abusive dismissal, which basically says that unless an employer can actually prove that they are firing someone for one of a few permissible reasons, that firing is considered abusive and is thus invalid and illegal. This is a whole process. The firing...
Based, by the way, because guess what? For the most part, people can just, in the United States of America, if your manager just doesn't like the cut of your jib, they can just get rid of you. Which is kind of bullshit, by the way. I believe we have something similar within Canada as well, where basically you can't just get fired for literally no reason. That's not a thing that happens, right? A lot of these like companies, generally speaking, if they could just fire you for literally no reason, they would. Absolutely, right? Corporations are definitely evil, which is why they have to be reined in by the law in order to make sure that they are compliant with it, because if they're not, well, they're going to get sued, yada, yada, yada. And that's the thing also within Canada as well. If I just get fired from my job for no reason and the boss doesn't provide me any reason whatsoever, I'll just sue them. I'll just be like, okay, you're going to give me my reason and all of my, like, severance pay and all that fucking bullshit, whatever we agreed to in the employee contract, whatever. Like, just random example, of course. We're just gonna fucking sue the fuck out of you. Nah, just listen, Boy Meets Mini, not in Canada, because again, if I get fired for no reason, because the protections are strong within Canada, they're decently strong within Canada, I will win that lawsuit. There are very few instances of like employees getting randomly fucking fired within Canada. It's a thing that doesn't happen all that often.
Company straight up has to provide paperwork regarding whatever misconduct an employee may have committed, and there's a whole bunch of things taken into consideration surrounding this. It is a huge deal. Like, what are the damages caused by the employee's misconduct? Does the employee have a history of misconducting? Or this is just a one-off thing? To what extent did the employee try to correct their behavior after doing their misconducting? Like, it's not just like they do one thing and they get fired. They legally have to be given second chances, effectively, again, depending on the actual work crimes committed. You can't even fire someone for just being bad at their job without proving that you tried to get them a job that they might be better at, or training them for a different position. As such, there are many examples of Japanese employees being fired, suing their ex-employers, and winning, and as a result being rehired, which has got to be real awkward. Can you imagine? Other countries producing a lot of games right now, like South Korea and China, are of course a little different, legally speaking. They're different countries, but their regulations are ultimately to very similar effect. For example, a Chinese company recently tried to reassign a worker to a different department, and in doing so cut down their salary, obviously, because they can't easily fire people. Reassignment is the next best bet. Specifically in this case, though, they were trying to replace that human worker with...
Listen, for all of you like communist simps or whatever the fuck, guys, it turns out that even China will act in evil fucking capitalist ways. Again, never fall for the fucking Xi Jinping fucking propaganda.
With AI. The Chinese government has officially made it illegal to replace human workers with AI. You can do that in America, though. Fuck yeah, freedom. Comparatively, it's just real easy to fire people here in the US. The US has what they call an at-will employment system, and it's one of the only countries that operates this way in the entire world. It basically means you can be fired at any time for any reason, and that you can quit at any time for any reason. You can be fired in the US basically because your boss was having a bad day, and they will face zero legal repercussions for this. Turns out
and that's the biggest sort of problem here. The fact that your manager, like, yeah, sure, it's a benefit to the employer as well. Like, you can just put in... you can just, like, basically say, fuck you, I don't like you, and just leave. It's like, well, that's a benefit for the employer. It's just like, well, yes, but it gives more power over to the boss, specifically. Because if the boss just doesn't, like I said before, if the boss just doesn't like the cut of your jib, they can essentially just be like, okay, you can, like, fuck off and suck my dick. I don't like you, and I'm just going to make it such that you can't work within this sort of environment at all anymore, which is obviously really bad.
Montana is actually the only state in the entire country that doesn't technically operate this way. Shout out to Montana.
Good job, Montana.
The only exceptions to this rule in the US are discrimination-based. You can't be fired based on race, color, religion, sex, including pregnancy, sexual orientation, or gender identity, national origin.
Well, unfortunately, Alanah, the right-wingers would love to be able to fire people based off of their race. I'm going to take it... I'm just going to, like, random shot in the dark here. I wonder why this particular piece of legislation might exist. It might not have something to do with a little funny thing called the Civil Rights Act.
Age, if you're 40 or older, disability and genetic information, including family medical history. You can't be fired for reporting sexual harassment. You can't be fired for whistleblowing, and you can't be fired for union activity. Otherwise, game owned by Japanese company didn't meet sales projections? Cool, let's lay off the Americans, because it is incredibly easy to do so. Get them out of here. There are some protections in place regarding layoffs specifically, but it's just you must give employees notice and pay and give them insurance for a specific amount of time. It's genuinely really depressing.
By the way, that's the exact same thing that more or less happened to me at my sort of, at my job. It's a little different, of course, in terms of that specifically, because it was an Indian company that was doing it, blah, 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 blah. It's a little fucking weird. I used to work for an Indian IT company. We don't have to go too much into detail, of course. But that was the same thing that basically happened to my dumbass, where I just lost my job for... Well, they made the claim it was because of a lot of... well, we're just not seeing, like... good projections in terms of profit or some shit, right? Whatever. They were just looking to basically cut their loss. From what we understand, or what I understand, apparently their a quote unquote business venture within Canada was not as successful as they wanted, and they wanted to cut their fucking losses. And as a result, they tried to basically find another position for a lot of the people that they were firing, but for the most part, it was obviously not very successful, of course. Does Alanah talk about how much worse the turnover is in the U.S. versus other countries because that's related to how much power bosses have? I can only assume that she does. We'll see.
Feels like the US and European employees are like stock market fodder for companies headquartered in countries where they aren't allowed to treat employees like actual trash. But even Europe, which of course also varies a ton by country, generally has much stronger worker protections than the US. China has actually developed a sort of term for their criticism of US treatment of workers and people in general. You may have heard of this. It's called the kill line. This is a term that originated on Chinese social media. This is so brutal. It kind of refers to a threshold at which a productive middle-class person living in the US is only one single medical, financial, or legal struggle away from irreversible collapse. They posit that most Americans live on this kill line. Most are just one disaster or really bad day away from immense debt and potentially homelessness, and this is a result of a lack of social security systems or safety nets across the board. The at-will employment system clearly contributes here, and it means that a lot of the
Whoa, guys! It turns out Ronald Reagan is a devil. Oops, oops, all Reagan. It's always Ronald Reagan's fault. When in doubt, just blame Ronald Reagan.
rest of the world, including games industry professionals globally, including working in Asia, see the US system as just incredibly brutal. I mean, I personally have terrible insurance that I pay $500 a month out of pocket for, and if I were to get into an accident and lose a limb, I think I would have spent my life savings probably within the first hour of being hospitalized. Like, the ambulance ride itself would wipe out my entire bank account. That's why it's like GoFundMe or nothing in the US, really. If you weren't good at socializing in the US, honestly, you're kind of screwed. Like, better...
Guys, it turns out that, for all the talk about, like, Medicare for all that progressives and socialists do all the time, in terms of healthcare, this is why it's kind of important, actually. But, whatever. Do far-righter dipshits understand that? Nope. Because, well, mostly because a bunch of them are cattle, but also because a bunch of them, I don't know, are just, like, unironic, like, willing fucking, like, dipshits and losers who just want to, like, simp for these companies or something. I have, like, no idea. Again, like, what she's saying here, like, I'm trying to, because the reason why I'm listening to this video is I'm trying to see, like, what exactly these guys are just pissed about, and what, is it just because she's complimenting Japan? Because that's also what she's been doing. She's just been, like, complimenting Japan and their worker protections. It's just very, very weird. Well, even if you're good at socializing in the U.S., everyone's broke, so it's hard to fundraise. Yep, exactly. It turns out having the foundation of the working class necessary to, have society work is not actually a good thing, guys. But whatever. I'm being a little revolutionary. I'm being a little radical, obviously, guys.
Hope you have some friends who are willing to write a nice paragraph about you and share a link, my guy. That's how it works here. If not, guess you'll just
die.
But speaking of fun cultural quirks like dying because you weren't friendly enough, Japan specifically has some fun ways around not being able to legally lay people off. If by fun I mean basically torture, which, at this point, it's torture being laid off. Considering everything we just spoke about, I'm going with the workplace torture. It's not all sunshine and rainbows in Japan, obviously. They basically just have different means of dealing with these ongoing struggles in the industry. Madogawa is a term that means seats by the windows, where certain employees, whether that is employees that are not performing well professionally or a company is actually looking to downsize, they are literally pushed to seats by windows because it's so difficult to fire people. So I asked Shuhei Yoshida specifically about this because there aren't a ton of official sources on the topic, and he said these employees are given no daily tasks and are encouraged to find new jobs outside the company. They are still paid by the company, so some employees just spend time in the seats doing nothing and collect salaries, but others use this time to find new jobs outside the company. Basically, they try to bore people until they leave. Companies also work around these restrictions by relying more heavily...
That's so fucking weird, dude. Wait, she's also criticizing stuff within Japan, and she has first-hand accounts from, like, a fucking executive who used to work at... Wait, I'm a little fucking curious. Why the fuck do these people why are they mad about Alanah here? She's not only criticizing America, she's also criticizing stuff within Japan as well. Seats by the window would bore people. I guess it's more like a metaphor, basically, but seats by the window may not have the same connotation or context in Japan as it does within the United States of America, Alex, I would assume, but yeah, but basically it's like, we're just gonna make it such that you have no work and don't do anything whatsoever. Like, fuck you.
on contractors. It's much easier to cut contractors, being that they can just not renew contracts. Same in the US. And even beyond that, a reduction in outsourcing has actually made it look like the workforce is not diminished in Asia because full-time employees have not been affected, but overall jobs actually have. So considering all of this, that they are still attempting various ways to get rid of people in a just significantly more challenging legal system, why is Japan still giving out raises? This ties into Japan's post-war lifetime employment system. We're going back to World War II. After World War II, Japan had to rebuild an economy that had been devastated by war while also rapidly industrializing. So Japanese companies built this model where they recruited workers straight out of university, trained them internally extensively, and sort of as an exchange expected them to stay with the company for most of their careers, if not their entire careers. This culture varies person to person and company to company and isn't as prevalent as it once was, but it's still a very significant difference to how Western countries tend to approach.
Which is mostly why the Japanese work culture is, I was going to say as personable as it is, but more so like a lot of it is about deference to authority in the way that it is, because it is expected for you to have such, I suppose, for lack of a better term, I was going to say reverence. That's not exactly correct. It is expected for you to have such, no. I mean, basically, it's like expected for you to have such, desire for you to stay. Yeah, maybe deference, is the term I'm looking for, to the company, because they're just like, hey, I mean, you're going to be staying here and paid really well for the entirety of your life, you know, be happy. We just can't fire you because we have, like, good sort of, like, protections here, blah, 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 blah. It makes it such that more people are going to be happy because they're going to be paid better, and they're actually going to be given the resources in order to be successful in comparison to that of American companies, which don't do that.
The job market. And there are huge upsides. Shuhei said, Japanese employees in the traditional Japanese companies tend to see the company they work for as more than the place that they get income, but see it as a community they belong to. They believe management and other employees are community members, and harmony is very important for everyone. Which, yeah, sounds
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem as well, right? That it's because we've talked about the Japanese work culture sort of a thing right before, and kind of the social implications that it has, but obviously, like, that's not, I don't think it's being particularly covered in this sort of video here, which, I mean, fair enough. The problem is, and it's very often the case, where a lot of instances of like young like Japanese salarymen very often have to go out with their bosses very often, and they get back home very, very late. It's like the Japanese sort of culture of work and whatnot, and the problem with that should be fairly obvious. Just like how, you know, it is important to be a part of one's community in order to be successful, it is also important to have rest as well, to recharge the batteries, to be ready for a brand new day. But a lot of these companies within Japan don't really do that for whatever reason, and it's not great, people. It makes it such that there are a lot of social issues within Japan. Like, why do you think there are so many like hikikomori, and not the birth rates within Japan have problems that they do? It's because no one can go out and socialize with one another because they're always stuck at work and going to dinners with their bosses. That's the problem.
Kind of lovely. There are also, obviously, downsides. Japan is notorious for its insane work hours, for example, and for the corporations themselves, it has actually made the job market uniquely very, very competitive. On this, Shuhei said, as the number of new graduates from universities reduces every year, companies in the competitive industry, like the video game industry, find the only way to hire talented new graduates is to raise salaries. The ex-Nintendo employee that I spoke to said, raises are part of an ongoing effort to both cultivate loyalty and project an image of job security in order to attract the best possible candidates. Because Japanese workers will often stay at companies until retirement age, which is around 60 in Japan, you have to impress talented workers from before they even join if you ever wish to work with them. An added challenge here is that their population is pretty rapidly shrinking, and thus their recruitment tactics have become even more competitive. The Japanese population has gone down by 3 million people in the last...
Yeah, because of the fact that... are a bunch of Japanese people basically leaving? I mean, again, it's like I said before. Given the social dynamics within Japan, given how conservative they are, it's a very suffocating sort of environment. Especially for, I would assume, a lot of young people, right? Because of the fact that they just can't... Like, you're expected to have to, like, start a family, and you need time in order to be able to do that. But given the insane amount of work hours that exist within Japanese companies, as like a Japanese salaryman, like you're not going to be able to have those hours in order to be able to find someone to start families with or have a social life with. If you're working 80 hours a week, like, dog, good luck with that.
5 years, which is pretty wild. So basically, Japanese companies have been trying to be as appealing as possible to high-quality workers, lest they not be able to access them at all, ever. This is helpful to the Japanese games industry in another way. It might seem obvious, but retaining talent is especially valuable in long-term creative projects like game development, and I mean literally valuable, like monetarily valuable. The Japanese producer that I spoke to said that the cost of hiring a brand new employee in order to replace someone who has left would be over $100,000 US in Japan. The loss of experience and company understanding is one thing, but time and investment needed to train someone new into a non-junior role is another, especially when Japanese companies very regularly train their employees across multiple disciplines. And yeah, I mean, it takes years and years to replace this kind of...
Yep, that's a really good fucking point right there, honestly. Yeah, it turns out it takes time to fucking train people, you know. But for whatever reason in America, they just kind of expect you to have that. This is like it's a whole fucking entire meme. Like the AI system is supposed to like inherently pick out that you have some kind of experience with like what the job is sort of asking for you, just because you have like the particular keyword jinglies for the stupid AI systems that these motherfuckers use.
Expertise, which is akin to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Final Fantasy Remake Trilogy director Naoki Hamaguchi recently told Bloomberg that staff retention is one of the main reasons he thinks that the trilogy has been so successful, and that they've been able to produce these huge games so quickly. Which, yeah, games are not factories where you can just swap one guy for another guy and get the same output. A senior designer, programmer, artist, or writer has years of institutional knowledge about why something
America
works the way it does at a certain studio in a certain engine, and what has failed before, thus what mistakes not to make again. This is the kind of knowledge that people don't really tend to write down. It's somebody's lived...
Boy Meets Mini. Fallout player. Where's our Fallout player? Where is he? Look who it is. It's your favorite boy. It's fucking Toddy. Oh boy, I can only assume what it's probably like at fucking Bethesda. I wonder why they take so long in order to release their games now or something.
Experience that really only lives in their brains. You lose all of these things with layoffs. Just how weird that only Japanese CEOs seem to have figured this out. But yeah, it means that the potential for high-quality games is higher, which could inherently lead to less layoffs. A wonderful cycle. Japanese leadership also seems to think employee morale is valuable for some reason, which, why? In 2013, Satoru Iwata famously cut his salary by 50% in order to protect employees from job cuts after the Wii U sold poorly. He said, "If we reduce the number of employees for better short-term financial results, employee morale will decrease, and I sincerely doubt employees who fear that they may be laid off will be able to develop software titles that could impress people around the world."
And again, like I've said this before, I think, but the reason why having good morale is a good thing is because if you feel like, if you go into work, it feels like a slog, you're just not in a good mood to want to work at that, well, workplace, you're not going to be able to have as good of an output that is expected of you, right? Like, why, if you don't want to like work at the current like position that you're at right now, and you just don't like it, for example, right? What is for you to say, or like, why would you want to put in the necessary effort to be able to create a good product that can be potentially successful? Just simply put, for the fact that, oh, I mean, like, everything's going terribly at the company, nothing's being accomplished, everything's just like kind of going to shit. Why should I feel like I'm some contributing voice or factor or feel good about working here when in reality it's all fucking shit and everything's just like shit the bed, for lack of a better term? Like, why should I feel like there is a, I don't know, like a good environment for myself to be sort of working under here if the sales numbers are not great and the fucking management are a bunch of fucking blowhard tools, right? But do the Americans understand this concept? No.
He continued, "I also know that some employers publicize their restructuring plan to improve their financial performance by letting a number of their employees go. But at Nintendo, employees make valuable contributions in their respective fields, so I believe that laying off a group of employees will not help to strengthen Nintendo's business in the long run." Studies back this up. Oxford found that workers are 13% more productive when happy. They work faster, harder, take less sick days, have a positive impact on the other employees around them, and are less likely to leave. Who'd have thought? Crazy.
Who would have thought?
Hidetaka Miyazaki, the president of From Software, also agreed with Iwata, saying, "I think it was the old ex-president of Nintendo, Iwata-san, who said that people who are afraid of losing their jobs are afraid of making good things." I'm paraphrasing that, but I totally share this view. Basically,
Sure.
Japanese companies are not magically immune from the financial struggles the games industry is facing, nor are they any more charitable than American companies. They are still laying off plenty of people. A company is a company is a company. Really, they're just operating under different legal parameters and a different business culture in general. It is much easier, almost infinitely easier, to lay someone off in the US from a legal standpoint, and doing so doesn't fly in the face of a...
Nah, but listen, as we all know, If you got to work hard, American Amerifat or whatever, in order to barely make enough money in order to survive. But you have to keep working as hard as you can for a bunch of slave wages for a unthinking, unfeeling corporation that probably fucking hates you. And like all these like dumbass fucking like all these fucking Americans like sit here and like wonder. And think about constantly like I wonder why all these like Western game studios produce such shitty, terrible fucking games all the time. Clearly, it must be because of all the gays or some shit. And it's just like, okay, man, like, I mean, if you want good video games, it's good to have happy workers to be able to make those good video games. Unfortunately, you people are fucking stupid, and you don't get that.
Long-established corporate culture that really focuses on long-term employee retention. There are, of course, as alluded to, many downsides of not being able to fire workers who aren't performing, and Japanese workers still have their fair share of mistreatment. But I will say it's pretty difficult to argue against one of it. People can surely build better games when they don't spend every morning wondering if they're the next one to get fired.
That's pretty fair. Oh, it's a good video there by Alanah. And I don't understand why all these right-wingers are triggered. What, is it because women or something? I don't know. I mean, she's just correct here. It turns out if people are happy to work at a company, they're going to want to work harder and want to do everything possible to make that company be successful in their current project that they're working on, especially if they're also getting paid in order to be able to do that, well, work. But I don't know, like... Amerifats are just have like some slave mentality to corporations for some reason. Why? Because of a lot of propaganda throughout decades upon decades of more corporate consolidation and control being given to a lot of these, well, fucking evil ass companies, right? And as a byproduct, well, the sort of products that have been created out of these corporations have only been getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Not to mention, just again, CEO pay has only been going up and up and up, and profits have been also going up and up and up for the games corporations, mostly because the stock market is not real, but whatever. But it's mostly because of the fact that there's a lot of stock buybacks. They're making their shareholders happy because they have a fiduciary responsibility to do as such by law, of course. And if it means firing a bunch of workers in order to keep the shareholders happy, well, then guess what a corporation's going to do? They're going to do that, right? That's also another contributing problem, as well with the at-will system that Alanah herself was also describing. It's one of those things where it's just like... In terms of corporate consolidation and control, as bad as it is within America, this is the reason for as to why it has gone to the point where the sort of like work culture in America has gone as bad as it is. Because if you're always fearful for your life, it's not going to make it such that you have better fucking output. You're going to be constantly trying to play it as safe as possible in order to make sure that you don't get fired. That's not an environment where there are going to be good quality products made as a byproduct of that. But do a lot of these like far right dipshits understand that? No, because they're far right fucking dipshits. But yeah, don't think there's like really much else to say besides I don't know why all the right wingers are so afraid of actually good video games coming into existence. Well, it's because if there were actual good video games coming into existence, these losers would not have any more talking points for their dumbass fucking YouTube videos. But women, am I right, fellas? I keep getting so many Discord notifications. I'm too good of a poster now on Discord. No. I hate being a good poster. I hate being a good poster because my OCD wants me to get rid of all these constantly. No. You know, one day my dumbass little face will pop up in the today's news thing, and it'll be really funny. I'll just be like, Elon, what am I doing there? What the fuck? Why is my dumbass there? What the shit? And then I can just flex. 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 Okay, we are almost done with this factory. We're gonna make so much turbo fuel, guys. It's gonna be so heckin' based and epic and awesome sauce. We're gonna have so much of this fucking bullshit that I'm just gonna be like, man, what do I do with all this stuff? What the fuck? Alright, anywho. Final fucking meme, I guess. Let's get started with this. Oh my goodness, oh my days. Our favored fucking reflecting pool meme scandal, I don't know, pick your poison. We all know about the, I think it was, I said last time that it was an Olympic kayaker who the Trump administration was going after in a lawsuit by the federal courts for a Olympian canoeist, not a kayaker. I said kayaker last time. They're a canoeist who basically, while going alongside the reflecting pool on his bike, decided to be like, I'm going to basically bend down and touch the water. And that's like literally all that he did. And it led to a fucking lawsuit being carried out by the Trump administration for apparent vandalism of the fucking reflecting pool. Which is really funny. Because the very, very apparently, like, well-made, because I made it, obviously. That's why it was well-made. Sort of adhesive layer for the reflecting pool is actually coming apart. I wonder. Whoa, shocker. I wonder why that's the case. It couldn't be because of, I don't know, Donald Trump giving the job, like, of about $14 million, by the way, of taxpayer funds to, like, one of his, like, weird, like, pool, like, Mar-a-Lago buddies in order to do the reflecting pool maintenance or some shit. Was it $14 million? It was a lot of fucking money, and it was some weird pay-for-play scheme. And by the way, we've seen what the fucking dude looks like. He looks like if you were to like go to like any mobster film or some shit, the dude looks like a grade A fucking sleazebag. It very, very stereotypical, and shouldn't be really surprising that the president of the United States would trust it to some, I don't know, like incompetent weirdo who he has like some particular fondness of or something. It's just not really surprising to me. But yeah, we're probably not really going to go through any of the claims of vandalism by the president because the likelihood that he's just lying is more or less guaranteed. I'm just going to say he's more than likely lying. From what I understand, there was like some report that said that the job of the application of the insulation within the reflecting pool was actually pretty shoddily done. And I just have to like look at this and just be like, dog, you spent like $14 million on this. Like, what the fuck, man? And it was done like complete shit. Like, at this point in time, like, to be a Trump supporter and seeing all of your taxpayer dollars like just go to this like inherent fucking waste, fraud, and abuse should just make you feel bad at some point. Like, maybe you should feel some kind of shame or something. I have no fucking idea. It's just fucking hilarious to me that the collection of the biggest sleazeballs in America are only continue to fleece the American people for their hard-earned taxpayer dollars. And these motherfuckers will just, like, I don't know, keep simping for them or something. It's just very funny. But yeah, I mean, like, Donald Trump was saying that there was vandalism happening at the reflecting pool that... Okay. The funniest part about this is he was initially saying that the sealant layer is just like, oh, it's totally great, it's fantastic, it's excellent. You couldn't even get through it with the knife. Because he initially said it was because of a knife. That there was a, I don't know, hole in the reflecting pool's sealant, which is why it started growing a ton of algae in the way that it was. Hilarious, obviously. There was also the motorcade, right, that went on top of the reflecting pool. Again, the motorcade is filled with extremely heavy armored vehicles. Should we really be surprised that that may have also caused some damage? You know, just some fucking food for thought. But that might be a little too difficult for MAGA dumbasses and weirdos and Trump sycophants to sort of get there. But in terms of, like, the main crux of all of this, besides... Because he's been just constantly repeating the exact same talking point. Thank you, Twitter, for loading. I think also same here with... Again, thank you, Twitter, for loading. It's just constant fucking vandalism cope. From the president, trying to say all the exact same stuff, you know, just coming up with, like, literally any excuse to cope about the vandalism in the shoddily made fucking pool. Meanwhile, like, National Guardsmen are, like, arresting random Olympians and just random people on the street who go up to the reflecting pool in order to just, like, touch it and look at it because it's public property. They're allowed to do that, whatever. All these motherfuckers just keep surrounding these people and just, like, randomly arresting them. And the Trump administration just makes claims that we're stopping all the vandals from destroying the pool, when there's just no evidence for that whatsoever. But, you know, this massive amount of preamble in terms of the claims of vandalism, which are just, like, nonsense. I don't know, man. Maybe you shouldn't have given the job to some sleazebag that you paid $14 million for this fucking job, or driven on top of the reflecting pool with the motorcade after you applied the sealant, but whatever. It turns out a bit of trouble in paradise with Jeanine Pirro. Trump and Jeanine Pirro are having a bit of a spat with one another because of the lawsuit that I mentioned earlier that the Trump administration decided to carry out against I'm going to say it again, an Olympic canoeer for apparently fucking with the reflecting pool and making it such that, well, it was because of that guy going into the reflecting pool and just destroying it. I don't know why he did that. That's what definitely caused it. It could not have been at all because of the I don't know, like, motorcade that went on top of it. It couldn't because of the sleazebag. Nah, it's because of some Olympic fucking canoeist. And he's now, because the lawsuit was dropped, and I think when I talked about all this initially, I mentioned, dude, this lawsuit's gonna get fucking dropped because there's no basis or any evidence for the claims that the Trump administration are basically bringing up against this guy. It's gonna get dropped immediately. But because it was the one who was running this case was Jeanine Pirro, by the way, who's the attorney for DC, which is also hilarious in and of itself that drunkard is still a attorney. But whatever, I digress. Here's Trump, like, basically crashing out on Jeanine Pirro, saying that she cowered out. You know, I definitely wanted to have her for this role because she was a fighter, but she decided to cower out against these vandals, even though, again, the Trump administration, like, this shit got, like, immediately dismissed because the Trump administration provided no evidence that this random Olympian decided to do this, I don't know, hatchet job on the fucking reflecting pool.
Because the judge was extremely unfriendly to Jeanine, and frankly,
Also, yeah, I guess he's like getting mad at the judge or something. Because again, I'm saying this again. The Trump administration presented no evidence for any of their claims.
I think she choked because the judge was really vicious. Instead of going after the people that did it, the judge went after her and went after her department. And I guess she choked.
I think probably they went after her because she just had no evidence for her fucking goddamn claims. Because there's just, again, this shit's just a nothing burger. There is no evidence for any of these claims. That's probably why the judge was just like, this is fucking stupid, man.
I don't know what the hell happened.
Are you reconsidering her role here as well?
I don't know what you don't. You're fake news. Don't ever talk again. You're fake.
Dude, that's so fucking awesome. Dude, he's getting way more fucking catty and mad, dude. That's so good.
It's one of the worst in the business. Fortunately, nobody watches you. But something happened. There was vandalism because the judge was.
Yeah, he keeps saying that there's vandalism. It was all vandals, blah, 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 blah. There's no evidence for this whatsoever, of course. Here, Majority Report, talking about this. And honestly, they're just having a bit of a goof and a gaff with this. And this story is a bit of a goof and a gaff.
I have been quite enjoying this story of the feud between Jeanine Pirro and Donald Trump.
Oh, I feel like every time I hear Jeanine Pirro's name, I should get refill my glass.
Well, I've got the wine. I've got the wine in here for us. Although I think she probably prefers something stronger.
Drinking a wine out of a coffee mug and a straw, I think, captures Jeanine Pirro in a way that nothing else could.
You know what, girl? I mean, salute, because your days might be numbered.
Gonna need it.
Yeah, she's gonna need it, and it's because she didn't deliver on the indictment of the Olympian, who clearly was interfering with the lining of the reflecting pool. The canoeist it was subterfuge.
Can I just say, like, I would have loved to have been in the room when they, like, yeah, we got somebody under arrest for this reflecting pool thing, and then they found out it was an Olympian.
Yes, so good. And so
yeah, that's a really good point there. Yeah, the fact that this was an Olympian, yeah, you know, Olympians, known Antifa terrorists, Olympians or something. Yeah, man, totally. The Olympian was doing everything possible to help out Hamas or some shit.
she came out super strong with her indictment, and they didn't have the evidence to support it, shockingly. And so there was an eyewitness that basically...
Oh my god, you're telling me that's literally the exact same thing that I said? That, yeah, these motherfuckers definitely have no evidence for any of their claims, and this shit's gonna get immediately dismissed out of court, and it's just gonna be really, really funny.
Said no, he didn't interfere with the reflecting pool. They came out.
Likely story.
They came out with some
say.
explanation to appease Trump, blaming the Department of the Interior, so passing the buck as well, but also to the contractor and saying it was the contractor's fault for doing it hastily. And we've shown that contractor before, the guy that looks like the Undertaker.
Yeah, he's a fucking sleazebag. By the way, I'm just gonna say this real quick here. If you have to keep constantly, basically, shift blame, at one point in time, you have to say to yourself, like, dog, like, at what point can you just say that it's someone else's fault and the buck doesn't ultimately stop with you, or come to you rather? But this is the Trump administration we're talking about. Trump will do basically anything to shift blame away from himself. It's very funny.
I may have to give him another $14 million.
Yeah. So
and also the video of them driving in the emptied out one in the motorcade, going back and forth.
I don't care if it's not dry. I want to drive over it.
I don't know if there's a news story that's made me laugh harder. I guess since Haley Stevens is like, you know, antics, the ballrooms, but this might be funnier to me because of the involvement of Jeanine Pirro.
Oh yeah, real quick, the ballroom, I believe, was blocked by a judge saying that, yeah, Trump, you can't go ahead with the building of the ballroom because of why? Oh, it's against the Constitution, which it is, by the way, because, again, it is Congress that is supposed to decide about, well, not only the allocation of resources to do this, but also what happens to the People's House.
And because she's been such a loyal soldier for so long, and that she's being humiliated in this way, it really is wonderful.
Very funny.
Here's a news story on it
yes.
before we get to Trump.
President Trump is criticizing the Justice Department's decision to drop vandalism charges against former Olympian David Hearn in connection with damage to the reflecting pool.
But, you know, because Olympians are typically so anti-American.
Right. Dude, Olympians are... Sam, you don't get it. They're all Antifa... They're clearly all Antifa super soldiers. Olympians, known Antifa super soldiers, dude.
Exactly, they're known for it.
These guys The way they suck the national spirit out of us so that they can succeed in bobsledding or whatever it is. It's disgusting.
It is. All the
flag
Thank
dancing
God
Olympics.
we are holding these Olympians to account.
I know.
Is there a nun, not a nun, an Olympian, and an astronaut?
And by the way, we saw the clip earlier from, you know, when I initially fucking talked about this whole reflecting pool fiasco that Trump was doing. We took a look at the clip of the lawyer basically making the argument saying that, yeah, I don't know, man, like, it's not against the Constitution in order to be able to go to a pool and touch it. Because that's literally what the guy did. He just went up to a pool and just touched it. It's really, really funny.
Exactly. The cowboy that we arrested at the...
is criticizing the Justice Department's decision to drop vandalism charges against former Olympian David Hearn in connection with damage to the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro says newly uncovered evidence points to a faulty contractor installation and not vandalism as the cause of that damage.
Pause it for a second. Newly uncovered.
The fact that this was also, like, again, because, okay, hold on. I need to get a picture of this guy, okay? I gotta fucking get it. I gotta get it, dude. What's up, Corvid? That's also possibly true. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But I don't know, man. I don't know, guys. Are you trying to tell me that this fucking guy right here, who's with some, I don't know, fucking probable Russian escort or something, who also went to jail or was about to get arrested for doing bribery? You're telling me that this guy didn't do a very good job at installing a reflecting pool for the United States, for the White House specifically? This guy right here is not some weirdo fucking sleazebag. Oh, man. That's fucking awesome, bro.
Who is obfuscating this evidence?
We broke his camera angle. Yeah, we broke this case wide open. It's the person you last expect.
We put our top agents on this, and we found out that the reflecting pool was done shittily. Go ahead.
Turns out it's the guy with a cigar hanging out in the ballroom.
Yeah, bro with the cigar with, like, the two weirdest parts and some fucking Russian escort.
Do we have that
installation and not vandalism?
Hold on, there's a deep throat situation here. It was the contractor. Look to the quality of the paint they put.
That guy, no way. Let's see if I can find this.
Here's footage
would never
of
fuck it up.
the presidential cars driving over the pool. All I'll say is look at the camera footage.
All right.
Faulty contractor installation.
Unironically, the fact that the fact that the Trump administration also thought it was a good idea, because here's the thing. I don't know why he drove the presidential motorcade over the reflecting pool. Okay, I'm saying that rhetorically. No, I do know why he did that. It's because he probably thought it was super hecking based and epic pilled or whatever the fuck, right? And it would play well to his, like, stupid fucking audience, right? So that's why they did that in particular. But the fact that they really, really thought that that's not the main cause, because here's the thing. Those fucking Escalades and the Beast, which is the presidential limo, those things are heavy, man. Very, very heavy. The fact that the president did not think that that was the reasoning for as to why it basically caused the didn't cause the fucking cracks is just really, really funny to me.
And not vandalism as the cause of that damage, making it impossible to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a big problem. Posit, when you have evidence that it was faulty contractors and not somebody actually vandalizing, it makes it harder to prove that they're vandalizing. That's true.
Unfortunately, this guy was the one that we showed. Was
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? I thought this was all vandalism. I was told that this was vandalism by Janine, and she would never lie to me like that.
got the cleaning contract, so it's not as applicable.
Okay,
but
yeah,
still
that's why I
very
was
funny.
confused,
That's what
yeah,
the
The Olympian went undercover.
It was
That's
a
what
much-
happened as a contractor.
It's the deep state.
Of vandalism as the cause of that damage, making it impossible to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Just a month ago, Pirro was confident in her prosecution.
The evidence shows, and we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that
She's performing for one person in the entire world with it.
I know.
beyond a reasonable doubt.
I don't think
Hearn
so.
Willfully destroyed property at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. That's
right, kidder.
President now says he disagrees.
Again, like literally, this is just a quick reminder. All that fucking dude did was, while on his bike, he got off his bike and to just like basically stick his hand in the pool, and that's the claim of vandalism, bro.
Agrees with this recent decision. Attorneys for David Hearn, who had pleaded not guilty to felony destruction of property charge,
What
are now calling for an
happened?
apology from the Trump administration.
I don't like that at all. Here's Donald Trump. He's not happy about this.
This is him talking about Janine Pirro.
Because the judge was extremely unfriendly.
Yeah, we saw this clip. He's just, I don't know. He's just mad, and it's just funny, man. It's just funny, dude.
Janine. And frankly, I think she choked. Because the judge was really vicious. Instead of going after the people that did it, the judge went after her and went after her department. And I guess she choked. I don't know what the hell happened.
Are you reconsidering her role?
I don't know what. You don't. You're fake news. Don't ever talk again. You're fake news. One of the worst in the business. Fortunately, nobody watches you. But
fake news.
Something happened. It was vandalism because
he's so mad.
So
the
mad.
only time he's like activated and alive.
Extremely unfriendly.
He is so mad. So.
Because okay, let's do some like actual analysis just real quick. Because I just want to. The reason why he's as pissed as he is because his dumbass knows he's dying relatively soon, and he wants to do everything possible to secure a legacy for himself. Because so far, the only legacy that Donald Trump really has going for him is the fact that everyone's going to remember him for potentially being a pedophile within the fucking Epstein files, and the fact that nobody, generally speaking, really likes the actions that the president is taking with the economy and also within the war in Iran. It's chef's kiss, guys.
Oh,
don't you ever talk again.
Don't ever talk again.
Don't ever.
Don't
Can I
talk.
put up the tear sheet because I did really love this truth of his.
I'm so mad.
I'm mad.
So,
Well, doesn't Wall Street get access to this Truth Social before anybody else?
which by the way, that whole thing is just so you can insider trade, right?
Of course.
When he tweets them.
No, I mean, of course, it is front running the market. I mean, honestly,
sheet, sorry.
like if the one piece of financial advice I would give people, if you had $800,000, spend $100,000, get that early access, and you place one bet on what he says, and that's it.
Yes. So here's Trump.
Oh, we're gonna put Saul in here. We're
I
gonna
know.
do like an AI Saul. I disagree.
What is this? Bro, it says 8647. No, listen, there was a giant 8647 on the reflecting pool. James Comey did, folks. It's all James Comey. He put 8647 on the reflecting pool. He did a vandalism as well, folks.
100%. With Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia.
For now.
On the reflecting pool. I don't know what he was thinking. He didn't write this. To me, it was a pure case of vandalism that included the grass, which had a big 8647.
Oh, James Comey's been there again.
James Comey's been there. Emblazoned in giant letters on it, and other elements surrounding area.
So he's saying there were crop circles with 8647 on the reflecting pool lawn. Got it.
Oh man, dude. It's actually no. It's crypto from Destroy All Humans too. That's who did this.
This is the most powerful man on the planet.
There may have been some contracted difficulty, but the major damage was caused by vandals.
It was
I'm sure that
vandals,
wasn't the other guy and not Noah Lyles, because that is on the turf there. So.
Oh yeah. There we go.
I mean, think Trump's ever said emblazoned?
Emblazoned.
Yeah. Isn't Noah Lyles? That's the Olympic sprinter guy who likes Blue Eyes White Dragon, or had like an Exodia card or something. Yeah, something like that, I think.
That's maybe ChatGPT. That's my guess.
8647. I don't remember this story, but I don't particularly care, to be honest.
Well, Janine Pirro was spotted leaving the White House in disgrace. We just have a short.
She had some big white box.
I know,
Was that like all
more
her
evidence?
Or that was like family
shit
picture?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, did they fire Janine Pirro because? Yo, that's fucking awesome, dude. Did they get rid of her because of this? Because of the Trump being such a fucking thin-skinned little bitch about this? Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, here's my globe.
Yes.
Here's like all the.
Yes, they played this on CNN last night. Yes, so and Caitlin Collins, who's on top of this, was saying that this was highly unusual, which is whatever interesting.
I
but
wonder if she's honestly moving out with all her stuff.
it would be nice. Oh God. Bye bye.
It's a box of files that also includes my a little tiny cactus and my
and about a half dozen empties.
My hang in there poster.
Dude, this is like that corporate work culture sort of memes. You know, with like the kitten with the hang in poster and all that shit. Dude, honestly, what else is there to say about besides like this is just like it's like a cartoon at some point in time. Like that's like the only sort of like, I don't know, position you can really reach.
Exactly.
She's collecting the bottles, okay, for a decorative thing she's doing in her apartment.
And 27 tequila bottles.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and somehow the DOJ got less drunk than it had been.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show.
But yeah, I don't know. That was just like a fun little story because it's just funny. Like, the lawsuit failed and Trump had a fucking crash out and decided to blame Jeanine Pirro about it because of the fact that he presented no evidence for his quote-unquote vandalism claims. It's so fucking funny. It's so good that this is the sort of, like, I don't know, like, delusional conspiracism that the Trump administration is working with. That's, like, the most simplest and easy shit to just immediately disprove by saying, like, dog, there's a guy who saw what happened. Like, okay, bro, nice meme. But yeah, I don't know. This is just funny. I thought it was funny. I thought this was really funny that Donald Trump and Jeanine Pirro are having tensions, and he doesn't like Jeanine Pirro for the fact that she was not enough of a fighter in that lawsuit that she presented no evidence for. I can't believe she wouldn't fight harder. It's just like, dog, she couldn't do anything, man. It is what it is. She had no evidence for any of the fucking claims that you were making or that anyone else was making. Fucking hilarious, dude. Oh, and they arrested some guy, by the way, who's an Olympic canoeist because they just thought he fucked with the dumbass fucking reflecting pool. I don't know. I just like this story because of just how, like, silly and fucking funny it is. But yeah, don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides, how about, just a little levity in this sort of terrible time we find ourselves under. Holy shit, my empty canisters are about to be made, and we're gonna make so many empty canisters, folks. It's gonna be great. But now I have to remake my turbo fuel production as well. Gotta remake it. Alright, all I gotta do is just finish up a path. And I'm gonna be headed to bed. Alright, lovely, very good. Pretty sure I do not have enough iron plate production to keep up, which is a bit of a problem. Oh, because we're going to be making a lot of packaged turbo fuel, and we have to make sure that the process is constantly fucking moving. So we can have the plastic and all this other bullshit. Yada yada yada. So yeah, we'll have to fucking shore that shit up. But that shouldn't take too long. Just stick in some power shards and it should be fine. Where are you, OBS? There you are. Boom. Alright, who are you rating out to today? Let's raid out to Echoplex. I am tired. Alright, gamers. Raid messages. You know what to do. You know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you have been blessed by remaining in Jesus with a transfer with the Daho Repa. If you're a non-sub, you say the wow with the Daho Repa. So we show appreciation to those that we raid into. In any case, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. It's gonna be more and more of the same, yapping about random bullshit and continuing with the satisfying of our factories. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.